Hey, Eddie, can you hear me? Testing, mic test. Testing, testing. Can anybody hear me? Perfect. Okay, so I'm not Brent, obviously. My name is Andrew. I'm working on the Agora video game project. So Brent figured it'd be cool if I could stream it while I'm working. So for about 5 hours today, I'm going to be playing around in here. I have some stuff I need to figure out in Unreal. And if you stick around, Brent will be in periodically. I'm not entirely sure when, but he'll jump into chat. And if you have any questions, you could specifically for Brent, you can talk to him about that. So if you're interested, stick around. I'll try to answer as many questions as I can. And yeah, we'll just get some work done. Oh, you can hear my breathing? Yeah, let me know if the audio is weird. I'm using a old headset, so. Okay, I'll try to move it away. I have to find the balance. Okay, well, you'll let me know if I'm breathing into the mic. Awesome. So for anybody interested, I could show off a little bit of what we're doing. It's a side-scroller puzzle game with time control mechanics. So you can move things around and then go back and forth. And I'm just fixing some bugs, adding some new features, and general pass on everything to make it nice and stable. So right now I'm going to be adding a keyframe feature so that if you move something into a position you like, you can click a button and it stays there. And I'm going to be improving that right now. So that's my number one priority. By the way, I am listening to music, but it's not through the stream because it's copyright. So might be a little bit quiet on your side, but I am here. Yeah, I can definitely make the screen full size. If I knew how. Hold on, I gotta poke Brent. I'm kind of the guinea pig for this Restream app that they were using, so it might be a little clunky at first. Oh, I think I got it. So in case anybody's interested or wondering, what I'm doing right now is I'm calling it keyframe. So when I have an object controlled like this, so I'm controlling its time, if I click Q, I will set a keyframe. Or I should once I plug everything back in. So if I click Q when it's time controlled, I'm going to set a keyframe. And then when I release it, it would go and hold in that position. So what I'm trying to do now is have the option to have two keyframes. And if I release it now, it would move back and forth between its two keys within its timeline. So for now, I just need to limit my ability to have keyframes to two, because right now I could put as many as I want to. So first thing I'm going to do is get a list of every keyframe that I have, check how long it is. And if it's longer than the maximum limit, which in this case is two, I'm going to delete the oldest keyframe on the timeline. So that would be as simple as this. So I usually work really messy, and then once it's functional, I'll clean everything up. So I'm not going to leave it like this. So now 1, 2, I'm going to try to add a third one. Oh, it's not working. Oh, I know why. I have to delete it too. So I've removed it from its list, but I also spawn a visual per keyframe, so I need to also remove that visual. I was a colleague of Brent's at GetSet. Right now, we're both working through Agora together, but in fact, he was actually my animation teacher in college. So we've known each other for, I think it's like 10 years now, which is depressing, but he was my animation teacher. I started off as a gameplay animator back in the day. So a long time. So I just need to go and find where I'm deleting my keyframes. I haven't touched this graph in quite a while, so it's yeah, just destroy actor. So I'll make a custom event. Yeah, that was it was his idea too, which is crazy. Like he went from not knowing anything about streaming or Twitch in general, like a year ago, to now he's got subscribers and affiliates, and I don't even understand it. Yeah, I think he gets along with anybody though, so it's You're gonna have a good time. And all right, I think that should do. Perfect. Oh, I think it's not doing it in the right order though. Yeah, it's because it's so easy to stream to the world, there's always time zone issues. Okay, that works. So we've only got 2 keyframes at a time now. That's step 1. Step 2 is when I've got 2 keyframes, I will smoothly blend between the 2 of them. So let's set that up. So where did I put the keyframe section here? Keyframe, okay. So this split here, this branch, is if I've got a keyframe, I'm going to go and do the specific keyframe behavior. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to the regular record my time behavior. So right now, the only thing I can do when I've got a keyframe is go to the most recent keyframe. So instead, what I'm going to do is on the keyframe itself, I'm going to save the frame that it is along this actor's timeline and then just move smoothly between those two. Okay, so in the keyframe stats, where am I saving this? Let's see. So the reason I stop and think for a second is because there's a million ways to do things in Unreal. I'm just trying to figure out like right away as close to the mark as I can. Otherwise, I'm going to make a lot of mess. But no matter what I come up with anyway, it's not going to be the perfect solution. So it is what it is. So this entire graph here handles everything to do with the history of the box. So if I go and move it around, and then I right click on it, you see the green line there. I'm moving my mouse left and right. And also I can move the box with its timeline to shift the entire timeline of the box. So anything to do with that is in this graph here. It looks heavy and messy, but it's really not that complicated if I were to walk through it and clean it up. But now I'm just trying to plug in the additional functionality of moving from one of those keyframes to another. I'm just trying to think of the ideal way to do this. So let's figure this out. Hey, Ite Rots. Hi. Yeah, we're I'm adding some features to a game that Agora is working on the side. So Brent figured it'd be fun if I streamed my work just to see if we can use this stream for a lot more than just his stuff. So this is kind of like a guinea pig test case right now. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around something and see what we can get. Okay. Yeah, so if you have any questions about Unreal, I'll try to answer them. But I am also working at the same time, so it'll like if I'm trying to think of something, it might be a little bit of time before I get to what you're asking. I was an animator when I first got into the industry, but I quickly transitioned over to technical animator, which is essentially the guy between programmers and animators putting the stuff together in the engine. So like this sort of thing here, I do professionally now. No, not rigging. So yes, you're right. Technical animators traditionally are also known to rig and script, but I live 100% inside the engine. So it's kind of a broad term, and I feel like it's not specific enough in today's industry. But basically, technical animator is anybody who works on with the animators, whether it's in the DCC rigging and scripting or inside the engine plugging the animations together. It's a very big umbrella. But I personally don't do anything rigging or scripting outside of the engine. In fact, I don't code either. So I'm purely um, blueprints in Unreal and building features. So it's kind of hard to put a pin in me anyway. I'm probably not the most useful technical animator if you're looking for a technical animator. But yeah, sorry for the title of the stream. Brent is going to be fixing that, I hope, because I'm using an app that he's been using. So I'm kind of the guinea pig to see how we can get a couple of guests in and do work. For my job specifically, I actually just downloaded Unreal Engine 4 and played around with it and submitted some demos. And if the studio is using Unreal, it's always good for them to have more people who understand the engine and blueprints. So that's how I got in. In fact, my entire career is because of self-taught free engine. So it's actually not super hard to get into. You just gotta show that you understand it at least enough to be useful to somebody. It's awesome though. So if you're interested, definitely get into it. There's a lot of need for it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to add an additional piece of information in here. Yeah, self-learning is it depends if you have a personal project, and luckily there was a game that I was trying to make and I just used that as my guinea pig. But if you don't have a specific goal in mind, it's really not easy to just go for it. I agree completely. And unfortunately, I need more than one monitor to do a couple of my graphs, so I'll be flipping back and forth between the two. Yes, understanding coding definitely helps because the blueprints in Unreal are basically visual coding. It is visual scripting. So if you already understand the mentality of that, then it's just going to make your life so much easier. So I think you'll have an easy time getting into it if you finally decide to go in. Yeah, yeah, I know Dreams. That's I would love to play around with that, but I don't have a PlayStation 4, and I wouldn't buy one just for that. But it looks fantastic. Well, actually, Dreams is a variation of Unreal Engine. They modified the engine, and that's basically it. Okay. I think I'm onto something. Yeah, if you're a fan of VR, you can actually use Unreal Engine 4 in VR, like the editor itself. It's got all the tools you need for that too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure anything that Dreams does, Unreal does because it, like I said, it is the same engine. They just like put a very pretty wrapper around it, and made it a lot more user friendly. But like, if you love Dreams, it's Unreal Engine. And okay, I'm getting an error over here. Hey, Rabbi Devil. Yeah, I imagine they for Dreams that whole polygon fleck thing. I'm not entirely sure how they pulled that off, but it's perfect for like people just crafting in their own on their PlayStation. Yes, bipedal to quadrupedal animations. You can definitely put animations onto your biped character. Is it the same? Like it's basically like a werewolf walking upright and then running on all fours sort of thing. If that's the case, then you'll want to have all the animations on the same rig. You just have to make sure the animations look appropriate for what the character's doing. The only problems I would expect are if you're like rotating your character. It's easy when you're a biped because you're tall and thin, so you can turn on spot very easily. You're not going to exit the capsule. But something like a horse or a lion, turning on spot is not easy. If you don't see any gimbal problems in Maya, then you're not going to see them in the engine. Like it's one to one, whatever you bake or whatever your DCC is. So if your animation scene looks appropriate, then when you bring it into the engine, it'll be fine. But I would recommend if your character is playable or has a lot of like movement capabilities, try to stay bipedal for the complex stuff like turn on spots, pivots, walking around nice. Like it's having transitions and turns and stuff on all fours is a lot more complex. So if your character is like a werewolf, for example, maybe he only goes on all fours when he's sprinting in a straight line, or like you can reduce the turning capabilities, kind of like the roadie run in Gears of War. I don't know if you've played that game, but when you're sprinting in Gears of War, the character kind of hunches over and has reduced turning abilities, but can run forward and like faster. I would recommend keeping it to that if you want to go on all fours, only because it's so hard to make a move set for quadrupeds. That's why there's not a lot of games that I can think of at least where you're playing as a quadrupedal character and it looks and feels good. Games like Red Dead and The Witcher, the horses are always super clunky because they have to, sacrifice some movement. Yeah. It's definitely not going to be easy, so try to be smart about it and reserve the quadruped stuff for really specific sections. And like if it's a bear, for example, you could probably get away with having it standing upright and moving around like that. If I don't know the context what this character is, but try to avoid quadruped as much as you can and only use it where it really counts. That's my advice anyway. Hold on, I'm having an issue. I think I might need to change the resolution of my screen. There's an issue sometimes I've noticed where if I'm streaming, eventually it will start to flicker or hide some of my UI. And I'm not entirely sure why this is the case, but we got to figure it out. I think it has to do with the resolution of my monitor, so. Yeah, I don't mean clumsy to look at because they are beautiful. The animation is fantastic, but to play them, they feel like tanks. So it's not as reactive as you would like to, but that's the price you pay for having a good looking, realistic character. Hold on, I'm just trying different resolutions to see what works. No, it's still flickering. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm having some technical issues. I think I might have to just restart the projects. Yeah, and it's things like if you're a human and you start walking in the opposite direction, you can start moving and turn at the same time in one action. Whereas I don't know if even in real life, if a horse can do a oriented start like that. And even if they could, that's like really complex animations that may not be reasonably done by a regular animator. So you're just a lot of things that you take for granted in regular locomotion, you're going to have to figure out in a different way with quadrupeds. Yeah, I've had this discussion / friendly argument with designers often, so it's been on my mind a couple of times. Okay, my issues are fixed right now, so I'll probably have to restart the project every once in a while because of this weird bug, but not a big deal. Okay. So my issue is coming from here. So what I'm trying to do right now is plug into the regular time control functionality and add the keyframing section. So kind of reuse what's already there. And right now I'm just trying to find the best way to do that. Instead of building a whole offshoots of this this feature, I'm gonna try to fit myself into what's already there. And this is the fun part. Because normally when you build a feature, you don't really think about every possible way this feature can be used right off the bat. So a lot of times when you build it once and then you start adding features, you're going to have to rebuild the whole thing to make sure it's all coherent and clean. So that's kind of what I'm doing now, and it's not the most exciting thing, but you know, it has to get done. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of programmers would get excited. It depends who's making the blueprints though, because I kind of understand why a couple of programmers would probably not like everybody to use blueprints, because it's like, you know, watching, can't think of an analogy, but you know, where you can definitely break a lot of things inside blueprints, and then programmers have to go in and fix it after. So it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. Yes, debugging blueprints, super easy. So they have this thing here where if I play the game in a standalone, so I'm going to move this to the other screen. So I am playing the game, but you can then just, if I'm in a particular blueprint, there's a drop down here for every instance of that blueprint in my level. So I'll select the only one in it, which is that box. And you'll see now as I interact with the box, that orange flow it represents where in the blueprint is being activated right now. So it's very, very easy to debug. And you do not need to know a lot of math for blueprints, because I suck at math. I've started to learn, or I've had to learn vector math for like direction, speed, orientation, stuff like that. But it's easy if you have like half an hour to just trial and error, and eventually you'll figure something out, and then now you have that trick in your bag. So you don't need to know math. You will learn math by accident, but it's easy. It's helpful for you. Yeah, I'm definitely guilty of some spaghetti. So like this one here, not beautiful. But like I was saying, I'll go through it once, make sure it works, and then I tend to go and clean it up afterwards. So this is definitely the worst it's gonna look, and I promise you it will be a lot more beautiful soon. Yeah, also that's another thing. Luckily, math is universal, so if you have a question about like vector stuff, it's not necessarily Unreal that you need to be searching it up in. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had to like figure out the same issue 10 or 20 times because I got it once, then I forgot it, and then when I needed it again, I had to redo it. But that's because I'm not good at keeping notes or anything, so that's my fault. Yeah, honestly, if I know people probably say this a lot, but if I can figure this out and make a career of it, anybody can. Because like I got 60% in high school, I barely passed. I was not a good student at all. So if I can do it, anybody can do it. And right now it looks like I can't even do it, but we'll figure it out. So the problem is I built this thing a while ago, and I'm just trying to go back and relearn what I did myself. And right now I'm just trying to figure out how I tell this particular blueprint that I'm trying to time control the objects. And I forgot where that information is held. So I think it's here. Let me just double check. I use print strings a lot, so it'll just print it to my screen. I don't have to watch two monitors at once. Okay, there we go. So this is reliable, is targeted. So I'm just going to copy paste that down here. And let me do this. Eight, how about documentation? Are you specifically for Unreal or for this project itself? Perfect. Yeah, going back and redoing stuff that you've done a while ago is not easy. I've started actually leaving comment boxes and just putting information here, but it's a habit I need to start doing a lot better because clearly it's not working. Yeah, so right now, 8, there's no documentation specifically for this project because it's kind of like we've been working on it for about 2 years now in our spare time just for fun. So it's kind of just we're putting it together for the first time now. The goal is that once it takes off and it actually becomes a proper project, I'm going to redo everything and document everything, make things clean, and get ourselves on the right foot. But right now, it's more of a side thing that's just kind of build it as we go. So I'm definitely learning my lesson very fast, but not much you can do right now. And I think I'm halfway there. Perfect. Okay. So right now, if I've got keyframes on my objects, it's going to start taking this frame as its current frame. So I need to just make a little timeline here that will blend smoothly between the two frames. Yeah, final one, final two, ultimate final. The classic naming convention. All right, so what I need to do now is, I forgot, can I put a timeline in this thing? And no, you can't put timelines in here. That's fine. Yeah, it's definitely best practice to keep documentation and comments. It's kind of fun though to go back if you're not like pressed for time to see something you did a while ago and then see how much you've improved or how dumb you were back then. Like I've had something like this. I'm sure a year from now I could go back and make it half its size, and then 2 years after that make it even smaller. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so if I get this and get this, I now have the frame information of both of my keyframes, and I just need to find a way to smoothly move between those two. Let's see. No, ease. Let's do an ease. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna gonna make a very monster graph, but what's important is getting the feature working first, and then we'll make it better after. So the problem right now is I'm in a custom component, and you can't put timelines in components. So if I tried, let me just confirm that though. I've never really had to yet, so. Yeah, no, you can't. Okay, so I need to find a different way to interpolate between two different floats. So let's just try this for now. Promote this to my keyframe alpha. And I'll make a new variable category called keyframe to make sure everything's clean. So this just has to transition between 0 and 1. So for now, what I can do is in fact, let me just split this up here so I can make things cleaner. So that's true. Are there several libraries in UE4? No, not that I know of. I've been using it for like 6 years, and I've never had to import any sort of additional node or module to get to the functionality I want. There are definitely plugins you can download, and you can find some libraries. So like if I go into the marketplace, for example, you can purchase and integrate entire custom-made libraries if you wanted to. I personally, both in my hobby time and professional time, have never needed to do this. But you can if you want to. So in the shop, you can go to blueprints, for example, and if somebody's made a project optimizer. I'm not entirely sure what this does, but this is just a set of blueprints that you can integrate into your own project and just run them. The fun thing is, though, these are all built using Unreal Engine, right? So if you're interested in learning a certain functionality, you could purchase something off the marketplace and dig into their blueprints and learn how they did it, so you can kind of understand better and maybe build your own version of that. So like menu save game progress. If you want to learn how to save games, $50. That's kind of expensive, but buy it once, break it down, understand it, and now you can make your version of that. Simply Gone, I think, is built into UE4 now by default. I think it's in if you go to plugins. Let me check. Simply Gone. No, I'm not entirely sure though. That's not something that I use, but I remember reading somewhere that they were integrating it. Potentially, I could be wrong, but and again, my particular what's it called? Specialties in Unreal are making like character animation blueprints and gameplay features, loading levels, checkpoints, and stuff like that. So when it comes to the visual side of Unreal, I'm not anywhere near reliable for information. But yeah, it's like Blender. You just turn things on and off as you need them. So I think that's why I'm saying I think Simply Gone is one of those things where it's built in. You just have to enable it somehow, but don't quote me on that. All right, so set this to itself plus delta. And that's going to put us in the one direction. Yeah, there you can get plugins from the marketplace as well. So browse code plugins. And maybe there's something here that you can download. I can check that if I type in the right place. No. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. In fact, I did buy, I'm a liar. I bought one plugin and it was, I think it was this one, DirectXL. So this plugin here allowed me to read and write Excel sheets through Blueprint. So for example, I built a tool that goes through every single animation inside of the project and will spit out an Excel sheet with the name of the animation, the frame range, which skeleton it uses, basically any information that the animation team could need. It would create an Excel sheet for me in like the click of a button, which was very nice. So yes, I have bought plugins, but it's not really a functionality of Unreal. It's like something to plug into it. I guess, yeah, like a plugin. All right, so let me print to screen what this alpha is and see if we're on the right track. I'll make my life easier. So I got my box, I put a keyframe there, and if I release it, okay, it went past one. Okay, so at least that's moving, and I have to do a clamp between 0 and 1. And the next thing I'm going to do is a flip-flop. Another one of my favorite nodes. And from here, I'm going to set what am I going to do? Okay, so is equals 0 or equals 1. Like I said, this is going to be really clunky, so don't judge me. I don't think I've ever used it like this before, so let's find out. True first. I really hope this doesn't work. Okay, it's resetting. Oh, I know why. Okay, it works. Man. All right. So it works. I just hate it. So I've never used a flip-flop like this before. I feel dirty about this. But whatever. It works. Functionality is there. Now let's make sure it doesn't break anything. And let me just mute the engine because I've got some sounds going on in the background. And no, how do we do that? And I need to start with frame 1 instead of 0, so that it doesn't pop to the first position. Okay, now what happens if I have 2? Okay, so that works. And if I hold the button, okay, it doesn't remove everyone. It just removes the last one I used. Okay, we'll worry about that error after. Then one more over here. Okay, perfect. So now I just need to go into my character and change how he removes the keyframes. All right, almost there. Oh, I'm getting that bug again. Hold on. Right there. All right, let me check if this works, and I got to restart the project. Cool. All right, that works. Character animation. We have an Agora animator. His name's Anthony Plount. He's been doing all the character animations. Fantastic animator. We worked together at IDOS for a little bit. He's he really knows how to animate this character. Here, I'll do a little animation preview if you want. There are some bugs, but that's more in my my animation blueprint. So like that double stop when he lands, that's on me. And him standing up when he turns while crouched, that's also my issue. Yeah, hold on, somebody sent me a message. All right, so we got the keyframes working. I just need to make sure we're not causing any bugs. And also I need to change how quickly it moves between the two, probably based on how many frames are in between each key. So I guess that's the next step. Animations, let me check on the character right now. If I go to his animation blueprints, and so he's probably got, I'd say 40 animations-ish. Because he can also slide and balance walk and climb up things, so there's yeah, he did a pretty big chunk of work. But for the ground locomotion, like what I showed you, that's probably around 10. But if you want, I can show you some of the other stuff you can do. So if I grab him and yeah, here, I'll bring him here. Yeah, so see, he can slide. You can climb up. He's got a balance walk, a shimmy. So yeah, he's got a lot he can do. You got push, pull animations. Some animations if you're on a moving platform, you see he's balancing. Yeah, like I said, he did a really good job on this character. And this is only like this is all prototype stuff. It's just to fill in the slots that I'm providing him in the animation blueprint. So yeah, he's got everything. It's gonna look real good once it's done. I would guess Uncharted has like thousands of animations, especially Uncharted, because they're really like the animations on the characters are fantastic. There's a lot of moves they could do. So I think you'd be surprised how many animations the character can have. All right, let's modify the timeline based on how far between the frames we got. So right now it's just a flat value, world delta. But if I can grab, yes, the animation trees get crazy complicated. All right, let's do a bit of math. Divide. Okay, got it. The minimum of these two values versus the maximum, because I could put a keyframe on a earlier frame. I think that's where my problem was. So the maximum minus the minimum. Okay, it's moving real slow. Yeah, so the question is, those are not blueprints. The animation trees are not blueprints. They're two different systems. So it's yes and no, because everything in Unreal that you can use a graph in is technically called a blueprint, which is the blueprint of that asset. But what drives an animation blueprint is the code state machine. But when I say code, you could also build a state machine in Blueprint using Blackboard or some other stuff inside of Unreal. So when I speak about anything, it could be built using blueprints only. So this project here is 100% blueprints. I've seen some other games that were just 100% blueprints. It's just you can nativize everything into code and make it a lot more efficient. It really depends what you're doing. But the state machine of a character, there's two levels of it. There's the animation state machine, and then there's the behavior state machine. And usually you want the like the code, the brain of the character, the behavior state machine to drive the animation state machine. That way you don't get some weird situations where the animation has a character doing one thing, but in fact he's trying to do something else. That when you like get out of sync like that, it doesn't look good. So usually you want to have the animation state machine follow whatever the character is trying to do. But you can make individual decisions like that. It really depends on what you're trying to do. So there's the behavior state machine and the animation state machine. They're two different things, but usually you want them to be in sync. Okay, so it looks like they're all moving at the same speed. A little bit slow though, so let me crank that up. Actually, let me grab it before it hits the ground so we can, right there. Okay, so it's not entirely the same speed, but that makes sense because the keyframes are further apart because it is moving faster. I think that's good enough for what we're trying to do. Yeah, that makes sense. Like your train of thought, it makes sense. But it also really depends on the project too. Like everything I'm saying is just how I've experienced certain features. So let's say an example of the code, the behavior state machine and the animation state machine not necessarily being in sync. It could be something like if you have an NPC, like a background character, maybe a shop owner or something, in code, their state could just be like idling in shop, but the animation blueprint could have an entire layer of logic that handles what animations they're playing. You know, like it could be if it's just visual, like an animation when they're behind the counter, you may not need the code state machine to be aware of specifics like that. So in this case here, they could be out of sync. But still, once the code says, I don't want to be behind the counter anymore, it'll just interrupt the animation blueprint. Yeah, it's they're complicated if you're not paying attention or communicating with the rest of your team. Okay, and the next thing I need to figure out is if I lock the FPS. So I'm playing with delta frames right now, which is always a hassle because you got to make sure the frames, the FPS doesn't affect you. Just forgot the console command. I'm checking that out now. There we go. Okay, it looks pretty stable. Good. Okay, what is next? I've got the keyframes working. I got to make sure it disables the keyframe when I'm off screen. Okay, so that's the next thing I need to do. If it was recently rendered, I'm going to delete all of the keyframes so we don't just keep moving back and forth forever. So owner was recently rendered. Okay, that's not reliable. How can I get this to stop when you're off frame? Oh, 1 second. That's why. Okay, hold on. No, it's still happening. Yeah, no problem, Rabbit. I'm new to this, so I'm kind of trying to figure out the balance between actually working and not saying anything because I'm usually quiet when I work, and trying to explain what I'm doing so that people don't get bored or confused. It definitely helps when you ask questions and comment too, because it gives me something to distract myself with for a sec. And I am listening to music. I would be streaming that too, but I don't want to risk getting it like shut down or taken down because it's all copyright stuff. I'm just on a YouTube playlist. Yeah, so right now I'm trying to figure out a way to have the keyframes automatically stop and put the object back into idle without me needing to go out of my way, because it's very possible that a player could just put a ton of things into loops like this and then walk away, and then now these things are just looping infinitely. So I'm trying to use was recently rendered, which is a node I've used before, but for some reason it's not behaving in the way I expect it to. So this thing here, it should give me a true or false that says I wasn't recently rendered, which means I'm not looking at the object, it's not on screen. So I was trying to have a way to tell me if I'm not near an object, if I can't see it, just get rid of the keyframes, but that doesn't seem to be working right now. So maybe I just don't fully understand this node. So what I'm going to do is just quickly UE4 was recently rendered. I'm just going to Google this issue and see. Now, chances are, if you've got a question or an issue, somebody has already asked because Unreal's been around for a while. So this guy has tried to use it. He says it's always returning true. And okay, so this I'm not entirely sure what this implies. So let's Google that. Oh, there's a forum post right here. And it doesn't exist. Okay, UE4 frustrum. What does that mean? Frustrum culling. Oh, cool. Okay, so it seems like it works the way I expect it to. So maybe instead of getting owner, I will get owner's visuals, get mesh, get components by class, static mesh. Was component recently rendered? So maybe that's the difference, because there's a couple of pieces that make up these boxes. And now they're not falling. And now it's not falling. Interesting. Huh. So how did I break that? That's interesting. Just boot up UE4, app touch it. You haven't used this since 4.1. You're actually really behind because it's at 4.26, I think now. Yeah, you've got a lot of catching up. Yeah, for the in this case here, the moving back and forth, it took me quite a while to figure out like a comfortable control scheme. And right now I'm using mouse and keyboard, so I feel like it's pretty much there, but you know, we're still early in this product, so it could change very easily. And as I add more features, that also will change. Okay, I got to figure out though why it's killing. Maybe I'll put it into this timeline here. So again, I'm making things a lot more complex for now, but hmm. See, now it's killing my keyframes even though I am rendered. So was recently rendered, yes. Yeah, if you want to get into it, follow the default tutorials. Basically, you're going to learn like 80% of everything you need to learn in Unreal in those starter tutorials. Like everything I'm doing is very straightforward in terms of features. I'm just using them in more complex ways. But like there's nothing I'm doing here that you couldn't just quickly pick up in a starter tutorial. It's just trial and error until you're comfortable enough to use these nodes in special ways. Okay, so it's always returning false now. So owner mesh is not reliable. Hmm. So I'm confused because I use this in another instance tied to this. So let me just confirm if that works. Because if I go off screen, it should unlock me. Okay, so that's not working either. We have a bigger problem. So let me just see where I use this one. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna need a coffee. I will give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna go get a coffee. I'll be right back. All right, Bailey's coffee. We're good to go. So the issue right now I'm running into is I'm using the was actor recently rendered to do a couple of things, and it seems like it's not reliable. So it's a bigger issue than what I'm currently facing. So I'm going to put a pin in this and figure out the rendering. So let me do a couple of tests. See, this is what my graph's going to look like eventually. Nice and clean, color-coded comments, but we're not there yet. So for now, I'm just going to go into one of the boxes, take the tick node. So the tick node just happens every frame of the engine. So it'll reliably click whenever we're good to go. So I'm going to do a print string node here. And I'm going to start at the top and say get self, meaning the entire blueprints, not just the geometry, and say was recently rendered. Plug that in, and then I'll delete 2 of them, so there's only 1 in the scene. So true. If I walk away, still set to true. So why is that true? Let me check this. Just make a small box to block it. So it's still set to true. No, you can't update the engine. It's an entirely new version. So I would suggest just delete, if you don't have any projects, and delete whatever's there. And you have to go through the Epic Games launcher. You've got an Unreal Engine tab down here. And then go to library, and then you can add a version like that. It's kind of big though. I think 4.26 is like 10 or 12 gigs. But obviously it's worth it. Okay, so the box itself is not updating properly. So let me try the actual geometry and say was component recently rendered. So even that is set to true. Let me walk off screen. Interesting. So why would this be considered having been rendered, even though if it's off screen? So I need a better way to tell me if an object is actually on screen and visible. Okay, let me just go down this rabbit hole. To uninstall your engine, yeah, you just gotta, I don't know if you can see it, but the drop down, remove, and that'll uninstall it. So you don't have to uninstall the launcher. You just have to go to each individual engine and version and remove that, and then you can just click the plus symbol here, and then switch the drop down to the most recent. Oh, and I think I just froze it. No, we're good. Yeah, so if you can see your versions here, you should be able to just remove from here. Do you have the launcher? You have the Epic Games launcher here? If you do, you just have to go down on the left. You've got Unreal Engine. You click that, and then in the top, you've got a new tab called Library. And in there, you should be able to play around with that. If you don't see your versions here, then maybe you had downloaded that version. I don't know where, but you might not just be able to uninstall it from here. So just like delete local files, I guess. And then you can give that little plus button a click and get the latest. All right. So how about this? I'll start from the opposite direction. UE4, and check if objects is visible. Now, see, this is for the angle. I just want to see if something is visible on the camera. I could use a line trace from the camera to the objects. Oh, somebody else is talking to me. 1 sec. Actually, ray tracing, if it's single line, is not as expensive as you would think. I was under that impression too, but I suggested a solution at work one time that used ray tracing on multiple objects per frame, and the programmers didn't seem to hate it. So it's not a big deal, I think. And in the case that I'm going to be using it, I'll only ever ray trace the things that I have on a list that I populate myself. So I think if I use it properly, it won't be an issue. The only problem is I can ray trace to the center of an object. So like this cube here, I'll ray trace there. But if it's an oddly shaped object, it may not be ideal. And even then, for example, here, technically I can see it, but if I'm ray tracing to the center of this object, it would come back as false. So I don't know if ray tracing is the way to go. Line tracing. Terminology, I'm not entirely sure why it's different. I guess it's the different atmospheres that these programs were developed, so it threw me off guard too. Yeah, so if I try to do a line trace per corner of the box, that could work for this case, but right now I can, if I wanted to, have oddly shaped objects rewindable. So it's I don't know if that's the ideal solution. I really think it's the render, but I got to figure out what exactly this means, because render for me doesn't mean render for this node, apparently. Yeah, but again, if the object is oddly shaped, I could have a corner of the box that's like really out there compared to the rest of them. So the object could be hidden So it's definitely a solution, but I think that's more like my worst case band-aid solution. So I think the answer is really in recently rendered, but I gotta figure out why. Because it was working in certain situations, so I need to understand the issue. Because technically it's still rendered to cast shadows even though it's off camera. So if I can see the shadow of the object, I think that would also count as it being rendered. So we need to figure this out. So let me try this. I'll just really push it off screen and go the opposite direction so I know there's no shadows. So if I go over here, still coming back true. You can have Unreal installed on any drive. Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, let's go back to Google. So UE4, what is rendered considered? Oh, if I spelled that right. No. How to tell if object is on screen? Maybe this guy knows. Plugin. I don't want a plugin. Rabbit Devil. You can check object position and screen space to check. Yes, I could. Again, that would still have issues if I'm looking at the center of an object because the position is there. So technically it would be off screen even though I can still see it in the corner. So there's definitely ways to get the simple version working where the center of the object is not on screen, we're good to go. But I really want to make sure that if I see the corner of it, or like if I'm on it like this and I'm moving fast enough, you see how the box can slightly go out of screen? So the center is technically not visible, which means it would just kill any time control I have on it. I really want the entire object to not be visible before I start shutting things down. So what can we do? I'll close that. Maybe I'm overthinking this. No, it's the same thing. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe the tolerance? It's not aggressive enough. Let's put 0. No, put 1. See, this is the fun part of the job. Trial and error until something works. Or until something doesn't work and you just give up. And this is the visible. Yeah. Try the target overlap then. Maybe that's the component I need to. False. Yeah, that makes sense because it's hidden by default. Okay, let me just add something to it. Let me put a sphere. Because I am affecting the box mesh itself at runtime, I believe. So that could be getting in the way. No, still set to true. Yeah, for sure, Rabid. And I appreciate you throwing these ideas, and I'll look into them if I can't figure it out my way. Well, it's not even that. I want to understand what exactly this means. So whether or not it works for me, that's fine. And I'm just trying to understand what does Unreal consider recently rendered? Because like I said, I use this in another instance too, and if it's not behaving the way I expect it to, then I might run into some issues with another feature as well. So I guess deep down, I need to figure out what this means first, and then I'll solve the other problems. So right now I'm just thinking out loud about what this could be. Because the documentation, when I Googled the issue, let me go back to that. And this guy mentioned that, oh yeah, that one's not working. So he says, recently rendered node only takes into account the frustum for code-based optimization purposes. So it's not occlusion culling. This part I understand. So if something gets in the way, if it blocks it from the screen, that doesn't count. But this part here. So if I check the UE4 recently rendered documentation, maybe there's some answers there. Render recently with tolerance. No, that's the same tooltip. It's super strange. Okay, let me make a new actor where it's really just a mesh and a tick and see if that gives me any results. So I'll just start at the root of the problem. Oh, let me delete the sphere here. Okay. So just at the, oh, that's a mess. I'll make a temp folder for my tests. Or I could use my developer folder like they're intended to be used. Okay, blueprints will be just a simple actor, so render test. BP. Drop that there. Open this up, and I will just put a cube. Okay, we got that. In the event graph, I'm going to put a tick and check if the cube was rendered. Okay, hold on. I'm getting the flickering issue again, so I need to shut down and restart the projects. Save all. One way or another, we're going to figure it out. So this is why it's a little tough, I find, to stream and develop at the same time, because a lot of what I do is just change a value, click play, realize it doesn't work, change the value slightly, click play. So not entirely exciting, but you know, it's the process. It's my process anyway. All right, so I've got my cube here, and if I click play, it should say I didn't put it in the tick yet. All right, so plug that in there, print string, and let me make it a different color other than white so we can see it. There we go. So true and still true. So even a simple object is considered rendered even off screen. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Yeah, okay. Here, I'll write my last name in chats. So if you want to add me, it's right there. Yes. So for my users, create animations for UE. Are you making your own rig, or is it a supplied to you rig? But basically what you need, of course, is the skeleton needs to have a single root. I find the best way to like get started is take the mannequin from the base project of Unreal and just look at that skeleton, and then if you're creating a custom rig for your character, base it off of that. But essentially, if I open up our character here, the skeleton here, you'll see it starts with the roots and works its way up. You can only have a single root in your skeleton, otherwise you can't import animations. It would consider it two different characters. Make sure that it actually helps a lot if you have IK hand and IK foot joints. So like if I select my IK foot L, that joint in Maya is baked to the position of the foot bone itself. So you can use these afterwards inside of Unreal to modify things. So if you want to have like foot IK onto the ground, or if you have different characters but you want to share animations, it's good to have like the pure position of the limbs, things like that. So honestly, I feel like it's pretty simple and straightforward to animate for Unreal. You just got to make sure that you're creating your characters as simple as possible to avoid any issues in the future. Yeah, world control is fine, because when you export your data from your scene, let's say my animation, the root was all the way over here. So this is world 0. Let's say you had a walk cycle that started from here and it walked like that. What you can do inside of Unreal is this would import that offset. So in Maya, if your character is walking like this, you'll bring in the data and the character will be walking like this as well. That's called root motion. So this offset here, this large orange bone, in your case is, well, it's red when you don't have it selected. The red bone implies root motion. And root motion you can either use to drive a character or just have, like, you don't need it. So it's safe to import it with root motion, and you just have to go into the animation itself in each individual animation and enable or disable the root motion. And if you do, then it would snap the character back to base position, so world 0. So yeah, world control is fine. Offsetting is fine. If you see this red joint here and you don't want this offset, you can easily turn it off in the animations. In fact, I would say it's probably safer to export all of your data with that offset if you have it, because it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Actually, my buddy just suggested something. So if I turn off shadows, going back to the render problem. So if I turn off cast shadows, false. Okay. So yes, it's what I thought. It's casting shadows, which means I need to find a way to, because I can't have things not cast shadows. That looks bad. So what if, I can make a proxy mesh inside the movable that would cast a shadow for me. Okay. Kemi, you're a genius, by the way. It was the answer. So if I disable shadows, it works, but I don't want to have to disable shadows on all of my potential movable objects. So what if instead, what I can do is create a component to the actor that I will use instead as my visibility check, and just disable shadows there. No, because it still has to be visible. I would see it. Yeah, so a dummy parented and check for that, but it would have to be custom placed per, because that might, let's see. Yeah, no problem. Add me on LinkedIn. Do it. If you have any Unreal questions, I'm more than happy to talk about it, or I can share some tutorials that I found useful for myself. All right, so let's go back to our other actor, the box that I can move. Interactions, movable. So if I grab this, okay, let me check something. I will duplicate this and shrink it down. So technically it's inside and not visible to me. But if I turn off cast shadows, so now I want to know if it's inside an object, it still counts as being occluded or not. So this might help out. So was recently rendered. False. Yeah. So it's true. And if I walk out, false. True. Okay. That seems to work. Feedback. Okay, so if you actually want some animation feedback, I can definitely give you some, but my opinion and information regarding that I feel is not as reliable as somebody like Brent, obviously. So if you have animation related questions, if you can, ask him first, or ask all of us, but take his opinions with more weight. In fact, most of my animation related comments would more likely be to have the animations themselves work within a gameplay system. So if you have like a walk cycle, I could better comment on it in terms of how it would work in game, like relative to other animations and stuff. But we're making progress. That dummy actor inside works. So I think what I can do is, like you suggested, put a proxy component in there and call it like my visibility check or something. And then I just have to put it relative to each object as they come, which is not ideal, but I think for now that's a pretty safe way to do it. Because then I can make it in the like custom per object if I really want to have to play around with it. So what I can do is for now just add a sphere, shrink it down, put it on the inside, turn off cast shadows, turn off all collision because we don't want any of that. Disable everything. Crab Nuts, yes. Heavily inspired by those games. Our animator is a fan of like the indie platformer stuff, so he put a lot of work into the character, and is putting out some really good results. So he feels good, looks good. He actually knows what he's doing. What was I doing? I accidentally closed my toolbar. Okay, so I've got this sphere. I'm going to call this my render check. And again, this is probably super clunky, and I'm sure if like a gameplay programmer was watching this, they would be yelling at their monitor right now. But what's important right now, because this is just a prototype and a representation of what a game could be, what matters right now is the results. Yes, I could definitely add some procedural stuff to that as well, Rabbit. For now, though, luckily the only movable objects in the game are these cubes, so I can... in fact, I'll probably put a cube in here for now. Add a cube here, and I'll just leave it like this for now, and there's a lot of stuff I need to rebuild, so I'm pretty sure in the future I probably won't even need a render check anyway, because it is apparently very clunky. But for now, I think this is going to give us the best results. And we'll call this render check. And something I've started using recently is tags as well. So if I go into this component here, I can just add a tag and call this render check. And now I can check the components of this actor by tag instead of having to go through every static mesh component and choosing the right one. So now if I go back to my character here, let me just, yeah, the print's gone. So if I go into here and in fact, where did I put that? Targets. Where's recently rendered? Yeah, now I'm going through everything. Recently rendered. Okay. So instead of getting the actor, so the current target is whatever I'm currently targeting. Instead of saying, hey, were you recently rendered, I can do get component with tag. And the tag was, what did I call it? Render check. So copy paste that. Render check, and then get the first one, gets components. Can I get... Okay, so it's always components. Sometimes you can get a singular one, but in this case, I guess we got a... Oh. So casts to static mesh components. So in the future, I would make an actual variable that represents the render check. But right now we're working fast and loose, so I'm just going to do was recently rendered. There we go. So now I have it, and if I walk off of screen, I unselect it, and if I go back on screen, I select it. Perfect. Okay, so that's step one. Let me just put a check in here. Is valid, because you always want to make sure that you're not going to break anything. So if it's got a render check components, sure. If it doesn't, then I'm not going to force anything right now, just to be safe, so don't break anything. So basically, I'm checking if it has the render check components, then I can do this whole process here where if I see it, keep going. If I don't see it, turn it off. But if he doesn't have that component, I'm just going to say always. In fact, I plugged in the wrong one, so always keep it selected. All right, so this part works. Actually, this might be the perfect time to try a function library. Okay, let's do that. Let's see if this works. Core blueprints. Make a new folder, call it libraries. And let's see what we can do. So local, no, not a variable. Function, and we'll say, we'll call this one check render. Okay, so check render, the first thing I'm going to do is get my actor. Call this input, just make it an actor. Cool, and then this is where I'm going to move my get component by tag. So do you have a component, a render check? Cool, and in fact, I can even add an input for, what was it called? Tolerance. So I'll add a tolerance here. Floats, done and done. By default, I'll leave it at 0.2, I think. And hold on, I got a couple more messages. Okay, so do you have the actor components? Yes, was recently rendered. Oh, I got a cast to static mesh. Real quick, if anybody's confused cast nodes, because for me personally, it took me a little bit of time to wrap my head around it. But essentially, casting to something is you asking that object what it is. So this thing here, this couple of nodes, will get the component of an actor. And then when I put it through the cast node, I'm saying, okay, are you a static mesh component? If you are, then tell me everything that you can do and what I can do to you, if that makes any sense. Okay, so now I've got that, was recently rendered, tolerance. I can override that with my custom inputs. And I even get my cast failed here too, which is nice. So the next thing I want to do is outputs. Was rendered a Boolean. And then also I want to spit out has render so that I can make sure things work. Okay, so was I rendered? Yes or no? And then do I have the piece even? So is valid. Oh, wrong one. Done. Okay, so my function library is done. And I think all I need to do is just call that function in here. I don't even need to add anything. So was rendered. Beautiful, right there. Okay, just for clarity though, I'm going to add a nomenclature to it so that I don't assume that it's a built-in. No, check render. Function library check render, yeah. So I'm just going to add underscore FL to everything so that I know that this is a custom home built function. Done. Okay, so now what I need to do then is bring this in, check rendered. And instead of this mess here, I just need to plug that in there, that in there, remove this noise here. Was rendered, yes. And the other thing is, oh, the output. Can I change the output pin? That'd be nice too. Is there a, can I, no, I can't, okay. Delete this. Oh, I can't delete a output. I gotta control Z. Okay. So put a branch there. Has render. If it does, go through here. If it doesn't, straight out there. So I can move it if I walk off screen. Perfect. All right, we have functionality. Awesome. I wonder if I make a invisible see-through material, then I could make it about as big as I need it to be. So let's try that. Render check. We'll make it huge like that for now. And I think I've got a invis material. Yeah, there we go. So now it's invisible. So technically I can't see it, but is it still considered rendered? Oh, awesome. Yes. Okay, perfect. So that's what I'm going to be doing for now on then. It's essentially like a bounding box. I'll have to place it custom per object, but I can then use this reliably as my render check. Perfect. Okay, so it works. Let me just go through all the blueprints that have a recently rendered and replace them with my check render. So it's only in 2 places. So in here, delete that. And in the movable, yes, in the audio section. So I'm going to grab this, check render, plug it in there. Okay. Was rendered. And done. Okay, so back to the initial issue. It was the keyframes that we need to get them removed when I can't see the object anymore. So if I go back to my components, it is in my, where is it? Time control component. And it was this whole mess here. Up here. So render check. And what I'm going to do now is if you've got a renderer and this comes back false. Oh, I'm getting the bug. Got to restart. Okay, I'm restarting the project. Give me 2 minutes. I got to go check something. I'll be right back. All right. So back to my worlds. Open up the time control components. And if I was recently rendered, if I was not recently rendered, and I have the components, I'm going to delete keyframes and then go back through my branch. So keyframe, moving back and forth. And if I walk off screen, back on. Come on. No. Oh, hold on. Oh, what did I plug into this? Yes, I got to plug the actor in. Okay. Owner. There we go. Nope. Okay, let's keep it simple. If I was not rendered, delete keyframes. If I was rendered, continue. So it's not falling. And attempted access length of 0, time control, assign stats. Oh, yes. Okay. Delete keyframes. It's because I'm assigning stats. Why am I doing this here? Okay, go. Perfect. Okay, that's working. Okay. Oh, I'm getting a bunch of errors. Let me just clean up this first. Yeah, I don't need that. And I don't need that. Yeah, okay. All right, let's figure out these errors. So I'm clicking play and stopping real quick so that I can see any errors that pop up. So it looks like the only time I really get an error is when I walk off of screen and it shuts everything down because of visibility. Nope, no error this time either. Interesting. All right, so this seems to work in a vacuum. Let me go into the demo level and run through it real quick and see if I'm getting any errors. So for example, let me just hide audio. Okay, so I can't keyframe here. Perfect. Let me just enable it. Okay, I heard a beep. That's Brent in?
Maybe.
Good. How's it
going? Not bad. 1 sec. I'm just going to get myself set up in here.
All right, we're in business. All right. Okay, so that seems to work for now. As beautiful as this graph is. And let me go. I feel like that red is a little bit too aggressive. It's kind of distracting, so I'll go make it a bit more see-through. It is my keyframe trail. And where do I spawn these again? Right here.
So I'm officially down in your bottom corner now. Hello to everybody, and I'd like to apologize for dropping the ball and making it difficult for both Andrew and everyone else to understand what was happening today. I was supposed to set up a proper scheduled event, and because I didn't do that, the name was completely wrong for the last hour. I fixed it so that it is it's been updated. And unfortunately, Restream does not send a signal to Twitch. You have to do it manually, which is really dumb. but I guess it's just a limitation of the. You guys can hear me, right?
I can.
Oh, okay, good. If you can hear me, they can hear me. Yeah, it's a limitation of the way that Restream works, I guess. Hello, everyone in chat. Are you enjoying this little backstage peek at this little game development that's been going on, kind of under the careful and wise tutelage of Mr. Andrew Kefalidis? You can hear us both. That's good. I'm just catching up on chat here. I figured that I could come in and sort of handle chat a little bit while Andrew works his magic, and I'll leave the big questions for Andrew, but I can probably handle a lot of the other ones. Let's see what's going on here.
All right, I got keyframing working.
Nice. What do you mean keyframing? You keyframed all that?
So, well, keyframe in the context of this, it was a mechanic that I've been trying to add for a while.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've been watching the stream.
I was kind of half watching it and half eating my lunch and half being in meetings.
But basically, when you have the timeline active for an object,
yep,
you know how you can move it back and forth?
Yep.
If I click Q while I'm holding the time,
yep,
you see it places that red box there?
Yep, that's a keyframe.
If I release it, or it should go. Okay, bug, I'll fix that. But if I put two of them, now I've selected two keyframes along this timeline, and it will move between those two keyframes.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah, so it's a little slow right now, but I'll figure it out. And then if you hold Q, it just deletes it. So now you can have things like this. So keyframe there, keyframe there.
That's cool.
And now you can make your own like elevators or platforms or whatever it is.
But you the keyframes need to be within some sort of range that you've already predetermined in a timeline, I guess?
Yeah. So as long as the timeline's active, I can select two of the frames on that timeline, and it'll now just move between the two.
Right. And I see chat, I just saw what you wrote. So yes, unfortunately, because it's Blender, I I will be of no help yet. Hopefully I'll be able to solve that problem soon. Blender is still a bit of a complete and utter mystery to me.
Yeah, I've been wanting to learn Blender as well because
yeah,
I'm sick of Autodesk.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't know. It requires a bit of reprogramming of your brain just because they do things very differently in some aspects, just like some of the fundamental stuff. But I'm sure once I get through that, it'll be easy. I'm tracking down a bunch of content on YouTube right now that is specifically aimed at transitioning Maya people over to Maya. I found Maya people over to Blender. I found a good one actually. There's a couple of them that were on this Anim Exchange recently. The Anim Exchange, the one video that we were talking about that was really good on the technical pipeline of that one game, the animation pipeline that they were. What game was that called? It was called Destruction Heroes or something like that. The car racing
Destruction
game.
All Stars.
That's right. So that was part of that same. So in that same Anim Exchange roster, there were a couple really good Maya to Blender kind of presentations, which I'm going to take a look at.
You know what? Steven Slack's been tweeting to that guy. Like they're talking to each other on Twitter.
Which guy? The guy behind the
All Stars, Destruction All Stars.
Destruction All Stars. Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah.
We should steal him.
That guy from Destruction All Stars?
Yeah.
Yes. I agree. I
was trying to figure the accent. I think it's in the UK.
Probably.
There's work for.
If he sounds smarter than us, it's probably the UK.
It's funny how that works, huh? Yeah, add a little bit of a European accent to the speech, and they suddenly sound much more sophisticated. Okay, I'll take you up on that offer there, Eddie. I'll come to you with questions when I have them. I have to I just need to dig in and at least get the basics under my belt first.
Interesting.
So what are you trying to solve? Oh, you're trying to debug that that issue you just saw?
Yep. If it's got a keyframe, it should go. Oh, I think I put it in the wrong place. Of course. Let's put that there. False.
As Andrew can attest to this, my favorite mistake that I make in these graphs is I forget to connect the execution pins. It's my favorite thing to do, or for my favorite thing to apparently not do. And I'm always wondering, why is it not working? And it's like, well, because like you haven't connected it. Like the logic can be there, but you have to always remember to make sure that there's executions that are being called. Otherwise, you'd have this amazingly complex graph like what you're seeing here. But unless something's connected to that, all these set nodes and like the branch node, like if those execution pins all need to be, and the debugger may, or the compile may not catch that, because having things disconnected doesn't mean it's wrong. Sometimes we disconnect things temporarily as we're debugging something and we need to kind of just turn it off. Just because there's a node that's orphaned doesn't mean that it's going to throw an error or even a warning. So it's easy to just forget.
Yeah.
Especially when you're
older.
Old guy. I knew you could see that. Old and crusty like me, it's easy to forget.
Okay, so if... Interesting. Why is this not working?
We may never know.
Did I just
I'll be right back.
break everything? I did break everything. There we go.
Did you fix it yet?
Yes, but I just need to get rid of this error too, so I think I just need a valid check somewhere.
It's an important note too that, and I don't know if you've already said this caveat, but Andrew is typically a pretty big devout follower of the idea of keeping it nice and tidy in those graphs. Right now, what you're seeing him is in prototype mode where nodes are everywhere.
Yeah.
But what he has an interesting workflow which makes sense to me. He tends to just sort of free flow think, and these graphs tend to look like a little bit like spaghetti. And once he has something that kind of works, and it's something he knows he wants to keep, he kind of packages up, starts adding comments, and kind of makes his life a little easier for the future version of him when he goes back and takes a look at it maybe weeks from now, because then nothing sucks more than being on doing a deep dive on something, spending hours trying to break through on something, you finally get it, but then you got to go to bed and then you don't get back to it for another week, and then you look at it the next week and you're like, what was I don't even remember what I was doing here. It can be a little bit annoying, so you really need to always remember to spend time to go back and do a little tidying.
Yeah, this desperately need that right now. So for some reason, I'm getting a not valid reply here, but this should only.
Oh yeah.
I should only ever be in this branch if. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, that's a good question about if this is going to be a commercial product.
Yeah. So the idea here, so just full disclosure, this game was developed not unlike, you know, how Epic likes to launch games. It sort of was an effort to kind of allow for, you know, it's sort of a project. It's a project of passion, I guess, but also it also allows us to develop tools and pipelines, because Agora does do work on a lot of external studios. Like we do a lot of work for other video game development. And so it's useful for us to sort of like, you know, keep our own, you know, develop our own understanding on how to work more efficiently in an engine like Unreal. And so the best way to do that is to just make stuff, because you encounter problems and then you have to develop solutions, and those solutions you develop and those workflows you develop, you can then bring to other studios that are going to be bringing you in to help them with their projects. So it's not to say that this won't become commercially available, but we're that's not our focus. Our focus is we're doing this for our own purposes, our own developmental and just our own personal interest. But at the same time, we also saw that this was also an opportunity to, you know, use this as an educational platform as well, which is why this is the first time we've really talked about it. We didn't make a really big announcement. It was sort of a last minute idea. Literally just yesterday, we were talking about, hey, you know, Andrew's going to be working on this. Maybe we should just get him streaming. And so, which explains why I dropped the ball and it was all confusing, because it was kind of last minute and I just suck. But the problem is, or not the problem, but the idea is that I think we can come back this in lots of different ways. I think we can also maybe even make builds of this and people can sort of check it out. And maybe, who knows, maybe it does, you know, get some traction, and maybe it does end up getting out there and into the wild. Who knows? Who knows? We could even, maybe this even turns into something that we can crowdsource some of the development. Maybe some of you might be interested in doing some animations for it at some point. Who knows what's going to happen? Or maybe just any kind of assets. At this point, it's internal, and that's going to remain internal. And this is the first glimpse we get at it. But only time will tell where it goes. But the main thing is this is not something we're trying to make to put out there. That's not the primary objective. It could end up being a secondary benefit, but only if it makes sense. Oh yeah. So the thing I was hinting, this is not what I was at. Well, this is, I guess, technically one of the things that I was hinting at. But there is something else happening very soon that I think a lot of you are going to be interested in hearing. So stay tuned. Look for an announcement video probably this week on the Agora platform. You'll see. What, Andrew?
I'm still
plot thickens.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
So you actually ended up adding a functionality that then broke all the already working functionalities. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, well, because the original way I had the keyframes working, it was an entirely different logic. But obviously that's not ideal. So I'm kind of smushing these two features together right now. So that's why it looks like I'm smushing two features together. And now I'm just trying to iron out any issues. Technically it works, but I'm getting an error in my window that I might as well just kill now before I start putting a million of them there.
Speaking, I noticed you keep getting that bug today. The bug where the
flicker.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah. I'm not. I've been getting that a lot less lately. I don't know why, but I don't know.
What version of the engine are you running?
Did you update the very latest? No, not yet. It's still one update behind.
But it's 4.26.
Did you get the latest?
This project is in 4.25. Okay. So I'm not even in 0.26.
Huh. Wow. Interesting. And you have the latest graphics drivers, I would assume.
Yeah, always.
Hmm.
It's like the first thing I do when I wake up.
Yeah, that's usually a pretty good practice. I'll never forget there was this one update just recently that just completely destroyed me because suddenly I couldn't render anything out in Premiere. It was like a big mess. The whole internet was on fire because NVIDIA did such a butcher job on it. It took quite a while for them to fix it. So they actually made an emergency kind of patch fix for people that were completely paralyzed with it, which is almost more of like a kind of a small rollback to the driver, to the or an older driver. But you never know what you're going to get. I mean, sometimes I feel like I want the latest driver, but ever since I got burned like that, I kind of tend to wait a little bit before I grab the latest. I think it's more important to get the latest, especially if you have a very recent graphics card, which you and I both have. We both have RTX cards. I never had any of these weird flicker bugs with the GTX though.
Yeah, it's possible. But it's only on my main monitor though. Although I've only ever streamed from my main monitor, so that could be it.
Okay, maybe. And I get these weird things where the window's completely disappearing. That seems to have fixed itself. That was like that. I think it must have been a driver issue that must have resolved. But I was getting to the point where I would right click and I would see the overlay menu flash and then disappear. And I would have to do the same thing. I'd have to shut it down and reopen. It was super annoying.
Yeah, but just restarting it is not a big deal. For me anyway, but you probably have to deal with that all the time. Man, this thing fills up fast.
It's your wall of shame.
Yeah, don't look.
So did you give everybody a kind of a bit of a background at all, or should I give them a bit more of a background, like where things started and like why? And
oh, you can go for it. I did like a half paying attention kind of overview of what I'm doing.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, while you're digging into this, I mean,
yeah,
I'll try to entertain the troops. So the genesis of this particular project is interesting. It actually started with myself and Andrew and David Hubert, where we were discussing ways that Agora could possibly advertise in some kind of non-official capacity our ability to help projects, studios on a level that goes well beyond the asset creation level. And this is a big conversation because this is something that Andrew and I have been kind of lamenting about for a while now, is that we feel like a lot of game studios, they struggle with two things. They struggle with prototyping, I think, in general. I think they have these big teams and they don't understand how to motivate them and mobilize them in a way that they can actually just not worry about making the final game, but worry about making sure that there's a quick way of iterating on just a prototype version of that game. I feel like I've never worked at a company where the team it's full of really intelligent people on the team, but as a team, it seems like there's always that question of how do we do that? And usually this is complicated because often, in my opinion, it comes down to there's usually too many people on the team at that time, and that's what causes the problem in itself, because there's producers and managers on the team and they want those people to be busy. And so it's hard. How do you get everyone involved in a prototype? Because prototype's not necessarily an easily accessible thing. If you're not a programmer or a technical designer, it's difficult to really interface with the prototyping phase, especially depending on the engine you're using. Now, the irony is a lot of there's a trend right now in the industry, and I'm sure Andrew can attest to this as well. We're seeing a lot more of these big studios that used to be completely married to their own proprietary engine. Hello, Blaze, what's up? And they've been switching to Unreal and or Unity over the last little while. And it's been a long time coming, but Unreal 4, I really feel like just solidified things because of all of the tooling and the accessibility that it provides to content creators that are not necessarily got technical in their job description. And so I guess all this to say that studios have traditionally struggled with this because of logistical problems. but also like just the fact that their engine wasn't really super handy at allowing content creators to be able to prototype without having an engineer hold their hand. But that's changing now with engines like Unreal and Unity, making it a lot more viable for people to be prototyping. But that doesn't mean that suddenly these studios are going to get really good at it. And also they kind of need the personnel for that. So for instance, this concept of a technical animation director for years was understood as being, and this is funny because this is something that I've been kind of evangelizing for quite a while now. The idea that people use this term not necessarily incorrectly, but they don't quite realize that there is a level of nuance here that's very black and white to someone like Andrew and myself, but not at all black and white for others. This idea, you can't just call a technical animator and just call someone a technical animator and assume that you know what they're actually going to be doing. Because a lot of people that call themselves technical animators are rigging. They do a lot of rigging stuff. They build tools for like the DCC, like Maya tools, like exporting tools, all these kinds of things, tools for the animators in the actual authoring software. But then there's the technical animator like Andrew here, who actually is a specialist inside the engine. It's not that he doesn't know how to rig, he knows how to do those things too, but what he likes to do and he specializes in is this kind of stuff. And what he's doing is stuff that used to be the domain of programmers or technical designers. Again, depending on the engine you're using. A lot of engines, you couldn't really do this at all unless you were a programmer, because you would have to do all of this kind of stuff with code. You'd have to do it with like C++ or whatever it is that your code base runs off of, which is usually going to be C++, I guess, unless it's Unity, which I believe operates in a C# environment. But that being said, it's a bit of a rare breed, this technical animator that does this kind of work. And there's a bit of a deficit in the industry. So as the industry starts to shift into this mentality that they can actually prototype a bit more easily, and it's not suddenly something that only engineers can do, the problem is they find themselves a little short on personnel that knows how to do that. Or the nice thing about someone like Andrew is he can be a really good interface too. He can unblock an entire team of animators that could be prototyping. And this is key, right? You have a whole team of animators on your team and you want to put them to work and you want to be able to build a prototype, but like animators can't interface with the engine properly unless you're a technical animator. But if you have a good technical animator, they can build and architect a plan and build a graph and build this whole framework that the animations get plugged into. And then suddenly you've unblocked an entire team and the project moves forward as far as prototyping at a much faster rate than if it was just left up to the engineers. And the other benefit, of course, is that most games are very character based, right? And so when you're building a feature, and this is I think a lot of studios struggle with this concept as well. When you're building a feature, you can't think of it devoid of the animation part of the problem. You have to always be thinking, how is this going to look in the end? How do we build it in a way that not only plays well, but actually looks good too, and plays to the strengths of what you can do with animation. Animation is one of the primary forms of feedback, along with audio and UI, that tells the player what the friggin' hell's going on in the game. And so it's critical and core to the main gameplay loops. And so what's interesting is that, you had, with a technical animator that can actually build these prototype features, they can build it in a way that not only, because they're thinking like an animator, because they come from an animation world. They understand movement. They understand how things should or should not move. They understand that whole world, but they also understand the technical side. So they're a perfect bridge between engineers and say like animators and other content creators. So I guess we were talking a lot about that back in the day, and Agora Studio was interested in being maybe possibly part of the solution to that, and maybe building a small team of people that could be like, could be parachuted into studios to help them with this kind of concept. Like, hey, what if I were to parachute a small team of animators with one or two technical animators and like literally build out entire prototyped feature sets for a project? That could be done theoretically, especially if it was done in something like Unreal. So we were like, okay, but how do you advertise something like that? Like, it's kind of a complex thing to do. And we all just sort of decided as a group, the three of us, that like, I think the best way of advertising it is just to start doing it, and then start putting it out there and letting people see that these are the kind of things we're doing, and not only show the world these kind of fun games, but also evangelize how we do this, like a better way of possibly going about making the a game in a different way, in a more prototype friendly way. So it just sort of gave birth to this. It was sort of like, okay, well then what would we do? How could we put a game together that would be something that could show off some fun creativity, some different styles of animation, and very character centric, but also maybe showcase how you could do it all with Blueprint. For instance, like this project so far, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, because I don't think we have any engineers on staff anyways, is all done in Blueprint so
Yep.
far.
I'm confident we can get the entire project done and shipped Blueprint only.
Hmm.
We're not
Yeah,
doing anything that like really needs
No, I agree.
to be optimized.
I mean, this is funny because I feel like this is a point of contention. If you speak to certain engineers out there are going to be like, they'll kind of just, like roll their eyes at the idea of putting out a game in Blueprint. And I think it's fair and unfair at the same time. I think that it depends on the kind of game you're making. Like Andrew just alluded to, if you're making a game that is going to be very technically complex for the process, like for the GPU and the CPU, like something that's has to do a lot of heavy lifting, then an engineer can come along and make that game run much, much more efficiently because they can nativize a lot of the blueprints. They could take a look at the blueprint that was created for a feature, or take a look at everything, I guess, for that matter, and ask themselves, like, sort of do an audit. They could profile the whole game, figure out where some of the the weak points are, the stress points, and then they could think about ways of nativizing parts of the I guess the code base. And what nativizing would mean is, can we do this with code rather than doing it all with Blueprint? Because Blueprint, although accessible, does pay a price when it comes to its efficiency and its optimization. There is just it's not quite the same as because you can only build things with the nodes that you have available, and that sometimes you might have to take a slightly indirect route to get to what you want to be able to do, where in code you could just tell the computer to do exactly what you want it to do. This is the difference. So like there's all kinds of optimizational paths that you can take if you're an engineer, and to kind of get a bit more to the point, as it were. So
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I mean, so that is one of the reasons why. The other reason is that there might be just things you just can't do. Like we can only do in Blueprint what the API has provided us access to. There is a lot of things in Unreal, a lot of stuff that is undocumented. There's a lot of things that are only accessible through code. And so there are, sometimes just the function might not be really easily achievable at all unless you can just tell it what to do directly. So engineers are 100% always going to be super important. But the thing I always often say, wow, that was loud. The thing I usually say is the nice thing about Blueprints is it puts us in a position where we can go from having engineers solve problems that we could otherwise be solving and have them actually start worrying about the big problems, like the engineer problems, the ones that require their vast knowledge of syntax and C++. Because a lot of this sort of prototyping stuff, it's occupying them in a way that isn't really where I would want to put them as far as firefighters are concerned. Anyways, so this whole thing just came from there. It came from a place of, let's just talk about that. And what is that like? And then let's just start making something. And so Andrew pulled by the horns and started making something. And then a bunch of animators that were available at Agora Studio started to put some part-time hours into this. Antoine Plant is the one who's owning currently the animation part of things. So there's a lot of really amazing animation work in here already. They've just been moving this ball up court sort of slowly but surely, but it's there's periods like this week that it kind of takes a priority just because but often it's sort of like whenever people have time, which is sometimes few and far between.
Yeah, there was a lot of good comments about the animation.
What people commenting on it earlier about like how good the animation looks?
Yep.
Yeah, it's got a nice style to it. It's nice. It's sort of like developing kind of, and what I like about it is the important thing is the philosophy taken here with a good, like with someone like Andrew driving things. He's a big proponent to work smart, not hard. You'll often hear him say this, and what that means typically in an application like Unreal, it is about trying to find ways of like not solving the problems with just another set of data, like another piece of animation, for instance. You never solve something with animation data that you can't solve in another way. And there's two reasons for this. Animation data doesn't scale well. As soon as you try to solve it with animation data, you'll find yourself making a lot of animations. Assassin's Creed. And other times you'll find, like it's not just about this. It's also about one problem about animation data is it's data. It's not malleable in the normal sense. It plays what you told it to play instead of being a little bit more flexible. And I think video games flexibility is key, especially when you're dealing with realization. You want the animations to feel like they can adapt to what's happening in real time. And so that's why people like things like cloth solving. You could animate cloth. You can even do dynamic solving in the animation data and then cook it onto the bones and then bring it into the game. The problem is that lots of things happen in the game that are very procedural, like collisions and like just blends between different animations and things like this. And blends are in itself, it is not it's just blending two animation clips together. And so the problem is that, during that blend, it will create movement that wasn't animated. And so therefore there's no proper drag or overlap on the cloth during those little blended moments. So this is a good example of so many examples that I could sort of draw upon of why it's important to try to do things like, for instance, leaning and things like this can be better done procedurally rather than try to cook that all into different data sets. So IK is a good example of that. There's a whole control rig inside of Unreal that allows you to do all kinds of ridiculous things. It's sort of like IK on steroids. It allows you to manipulate the character skeleton, which is by default just an FK skeleton, but you can manipulate it in a very similar way to how you would manipulate it in Maya or in Blender or whatever, but do it in real time. So you can be literally animating the character with controllers in Unreal with keys that never ever were anywhere other than just inside of Unreal.
Yeah, that's the next big thing I want to really get into.
Yeah.
When I get time.
It's going to be so crazy what we can do with that. Let me catch up on chat here. Looks like there was a bunch of stuff going on here. I don't know what's Blender talk and what's oh man, you guys have been busy in there. Oh, here's a question. Blaze is asking, I don't know if Blaze, if you're still here or not, because it took me a while to get back to it, but what is it better to learn from Maya, Mel or Python? Which is more useful? 100% Python, because Python is portable to many other packages like Motion Builder. Python is just useful outside of even a DCC. You could actually learn how to Python script and build yourself tools that will help you in your day-to-day life, like just Windows-based Python scripts. Python is a universally accepted scripting language that is used in lots of different places. So I wouldn't even second think it. It's also much more direct. Like you can do more things with Python than you can with Mel. Mel is a bit more restricted to what's going on in runtime inside of Maya. I'm not a Mel specialist, so maybe people might maybe they would disagree. But my understanding is Python can make much easier direct access calls to your operating system, for instance, where Mel is not as good as those kinds of things. But yeah, hands down, definitely learn Python. I wouldn't even second guess it. Amazon Lumberyard, is it a joke? So it's, Lumberyard, I wouldn't count them out yet. I mean, Amazon is Amazon. They have deep pockets. So all it takes is for them to really start diving in deep on this. There's a buddy of mine who just started a podcast, and he used to work for Amazon. He just left, and he was kind of one of their kind of evangelists over there, doing sort of like he was a technical designer. And I'm gonna see if I can dig that up. I wanted to actually have him on our one of our conversation series, actually. So he may just show up at some point where you can ask him some questions. But he's a really cool guy. But I don't think, like I said, I wouldn't want to learn it yet. It hasn't crossed that threshold where I feel like it's universally accepted as something that you might find yourself using on the job. I think there's very few companies that are. There are some that are developing, definitely, and Amazon internal studios are definitely using it. But other than that, I don't see it, like it's not as prolific as Unreal or Unity, for instance. And so if I like to think of your investment of time should always go towards something that you're interested in, because if you're not interested, it's going to be difficult to motivate yourself. B, something that you feel like you have accessibility to learning. Is the community strong? Can I get answers to my questions? And C, is it going to be is it going to be viable for me to put that on my demo reel or my resume resume, and people are going to go, oh, great, they got that experience. If you have Unreal experience, people are going to be listening. If you have Unity experience, they're going to be listening, because projects are these days, especially a lot of these medium to small scale companies and even bigger, like IDOS, they're all Unreal now, right? So well, I mean, there's other companies for sure. There's a lot of companies that are either looking into a lot of these engines and on the verge of making the decision to switch as well. But anyways, long story short, you want to make sure that you invest wisely. Unless you're just a hobbyist and you don't care about getting a job, you should invest in one that you know is going to give you points on your resume. I think is key. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Andrew, but
oh yeah, learn Unreal, hands down.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew drank the Kool-Aid a long time ago with regards to Unreal. There's no turning back. We do know of some studios. I know one in particular that it's gonna remain nameless. Did actually investigate both of those, Unreal and Unity, and it ended up being Unreal. And I know that there's, but other studios have definitely chose Unity. It really comes down to personal preference and the type of games you're trying to make. Unity's not bad. I mean, I used it a long time ago. Apparently, they made a lot of changes since I used it, but I remember on Unity, I was always hitting a wall where it's like at some point they would always you needed to script something in C#, and I was like, oh, and that would just turn me off because it just made me feel like, oh, I really need to spend some time learning C#, which is a whole other thing. It's like a whole other thing you need to learn, and it's not a small thing. It's like learning a whole other language. So and so for me that turns me off because it makes me feel like I'll be limited too much in my development in a software like Unity. Unity lovers keep assuring me that gap is almost non-existent now, but I don't know. I think all I needed was a couple of those brick walls, and then Andrew brought me over into the fold of Unreal, and I just haven't looked back since, to be completely honest. Unreal it just excites me. I just like it too much. I like the way it thinks.
Yeah, it's comfortable. Yeah, Unity is bringing in their own visual scripting, but they're just going to be playing catch up to Unreal until.
That's the thing. Unreal's so ahead of the game now. It's going to be difficult to catch up. It's sort of like anybody who wants to make an MMORPG that's not World of Warcraft. Good luck. Good luck.
That's a good point.
They're just too far ahead. Like there's no way you could possibly catch up. It would take you 10 years of development before you get to launch. And who's going to be interested in playing the game before that? It's like, why would I give up all this content to go and play this little teeny game? Because at the end of the day, these MMORPGs really are content is king, right? It's people want to they need like raids to go raid. They need different levels and different areas to explore. Like it's people, these power levelers they just chew through content so quickly. And so it's difficult to keep them entertained. And then you have to worry about the whole end game, which is like what you're usually doing after you level cap. And then there's a whole other like version of the game that almost opens up to you where you're just chasing down gear, different tiers of gear. And it's like, there's no way. But yeah, good luck to Unity, because I mean I want them to stay strong, because if anything, we all know what happens when one company ends up owning all the things, is that suddenly there's not a lot of incentive to improve. So I want to make sure that there's a lot of other, I want Lumberyard to start catching up. I want Unity to start catching up, not because I'm unhappy with Unreal, just because I want to continue to be excited by all of the innovative stuff that Unreal will continue to bring to the party, because it needs to. There's a difference between wanting to corporately and needing to. So I mean, as much as I have faith in the Unreal or the Epic culture and like the whole invest in the community, because investing in the community is investing in themselves, that idea seems to transcend, well beyond an individual piece of software. And I think that, it's just a reflection of who they are corporately. So I would imagine even they weren't really, worried about competition, they would still continue to innovate, because the innovation means making it easier for us mere mortals to make lots of money using their software, which in turn makes them lots of money, because that's the way the license agreement works, right? Completely free and completely accessible, 100%. and you only have to pay a dime if you're making good coin. What is it? What's the threshold? Isn't it something like you have to make over 100,000 in net?
I think they pushed it up to 1 million now.
Oh yeah, you're right. They did.
Yep.
Which is kind of crazy. That means you could make up to $1 million and not have to pay a cent for this software that is like just unbelievably deep in its
Not only that, but
capabilities.
while you're developing, you have full access to their
Yeah,
support too. So
exactly.
it's like a studio building their own in-house engine. Not only do they have to hire and support the engineers to do that, but they have to constantly. They're basically two departments. You have the video game side and the engine side, and you got to pay and maintain both sides.
Yep.
If you don't want to use something like Unreal.
Yep. Exactly.
And that's definitely a lot more than 5% of your profits that you're spending on that.
Totally. Yeah. And I'm at the point now where I'm completely boggled as to why any software company would do it any other way. Because they've shown us the way, and we can see how symbiotic that relationship is, right? The incentives are all properly aligned. Our incentive is to make a good game because we want to be put on the map and we want to make money. Right? Like me, I don't mean we, I mean we as developers. It's not necessarily you and me or Agora Studio. I mean people that are the end user of an Unreal Engine. That's our motivation. We want to make a game because we want it to be viable. And like we want people to play it, because if people are playing it, that means people are buying it, and that means that we are compensated, hopefully handsomely, for the hard work that we put into something. So our incentive is that. On Epic's incentive is to make sure we have the tools to succeed, because they get paid when we get paid. And that in itself, that closed loop, it is a true symbiotic relationship. It's like cleaner fish on a shark. You know what I mean? Everyone benefits. The shark gets cleaned, and that's good because they don't get all these barnacles and these other bacteria growing on them, and the fish get fed. It is perfectly 100%, just like birds picking gnats and ticks off of like elephants. It's the same thing, right? So I think it seems so obvious, but it took them to really perfect it, and they've gone beyond, because they don't just phone that in. They don't just be like, oh, okay, so we're gonna just give it away to you for free, and then if you make money, great. They've gone so far to the point where they are now putting, like, we've all seen the metahuman stuff, right? They've been spending millions of dollars on developing tools that they then offer as, again, free. And I don't mean just features and content that can be used in Unreal. So metahuman is like essentially content that can be used. What's the crazy texture library that they bought? I always forget the name of it.
Quixel.
Quixel. So they acquired them as well. Again, that's content, right? So content and software and features, that's within the realm. But now they've also, over the last few years, it's services as well. So they've been building all of the multiplayer stuff, like the matchmaking, all these things that would normally take engineers lots of time to build out for a project. They just make it available as a module that you can actually have in your Unreal game. So requiring you either know if you don't have to do anything complicated, or at least reducing dramatically the amount of development time you need to get some like basic online matchmaking feature sets completed. Like, it's ridiculous. It's like it's the point where they must be spending time and money these days, just spending time thinking about ways that they can make our lives easier, to make it so that we can make better games for them and reduce our costs. It's I don't know, man. I mean,
yeah, good point though. It's all thanks to Fortnite.
All of it, yeah, really well. I mean, they were already doing this, right? It's just that Fortnite gave them the bankroll that really kind of changed everything. I mean, it was so successful. And I don't know if people know this. Like, I mean, I know this because, and I don't know, like Andrew and I talk about this. We laugh about this sometimes. That the first version of Fortnite was one of their many, and before they've done this before, Unreal Tournament was even one of these. It was a game that they were doing internally. Well, that's not true. I think Unreal Tournament was one of their first games that they put out as Epic, and then they just decided somewhere along the lines, they realized that maybe it would make sense if we actually like shipped this, like why don't we make this a commercially available, the engine? And it's been around for a long time, Unreal. I mean, there's a reason why it's Unreal 4, right? But so they continue this idea of always working on a game, because in the same philosophy we have at Agora, which is why we're making a game, is because we want to get better at understanding how to make games so that we can always either make a game ourselves or be better at helping other people make games. So by internally at Unreal, if they spend time making games, they encounter modern game making problems, and then they have to develop tools inside the engine to solve those problems. And then it's not just solving it for them, it solves it for all the other people that are going to be using Unreal 4. So it's an amazing model of software development, and I think that's been the magic sauce for them, is just doing it like that. And then then Fortnite became just gigantic success, so which allowed them to invest in like orders of magnitude more than what they've done in the past. Yeah, you'd think this was an Epic sponsored stream. It's not. Just Andrew and I are just cheerleaders.
Yeah, when are they going to sponsor us?
Yeah, seriously, huh? Jesus, we're always just singing their praises.
I got that glitch. I got to restart.
Oh boy. Let me go back and see what's going on in chat. I hope to get to... By the way, I heard you guys talking about upgrading. I don't know if you talked about upgrading your hardware. I think you were. A good way, like I was looking to upgrade my graphics card a while ago, and it was back at Christmas time. And I discovered the best way of doing it, honest to God, is to buy a Dell. Because Dell, you can get access to pretty much all the graphics cards. Like for some reason, it's because their buying power, I guess. They you don't end up having to like, win at some sort of like gauntlet to be able to get even just a chance to buy a graphics card, to get a modern graphics card these days. If you want to buy through Dell, it just gets included in their build. If you're looking to upgrade, I would highly recommend you take a look at Dell. Not because I love Dell. I've loved my computer since I got it. I got an Alienware with an RTX on there when it was like next to impossible to get your hands on a 30 series RTX. But it was relatively easy for me literally the cost it would have cost on the secondary market just for the graphics card that I wanted is how much I paid for the whole computer. So it's like, for me, it was the way to do it. So if you're frustrated by the whole graphics card situation, I highly recommend taking a look at Dell. Let's see what else. The last thing you could do is...
Yeah, I also am a huge fan of Dell.
That they tend to make, do your homework for sure. Like do your homework and like research, see what kind of people are saying about the build. Because not all Dells are made equally. That's for sure. I've had some lemons from Dell, and I've had some. Usually their high end stuff like Alienware tend to be pretty good because obviously they're catering to the market of people that are enthusiasts that want to have the best. Incidentally and conveniently, content creators also want the same things, so it works out pretty well. And if you buy a really high-end graphics card with NVIDIA, you actually have the choice. They give you access to their studio drivers, which I don't recommend if you're a game developer though, because the studio drivers are more geared towards tuned for the DCC tools, so it might work better in Maya, but your games are not going to play well as well, and your Unreal Engine, for instance, won't play as well. Like they recommend, if you're game development specifically, that you're still better off going with the game drivers. Hot tip.
What I like about Dell is their insurance is so solid. Like,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I've told the story a million times, but when I was in college, I was rendering my final film, and on a laptop, and my cat jumped up and knocked a full fresh coffee into the laptop.
Oh my God!
To the point where I had to like spill it back into the cup, and it like refilled half the cup because it was so full of coffee. So I emailed Dell and I told them, like, this was 2 days before the film was due.
Yeah.
So I emailed Dell. I'm like, I'm a student and I have to get my final project done. And in less than 24 hours, they had sent me a box. I sent it to them. They fixed it and sent it back.
Holy cow!
So less than 24 hours, I got a fresh. Yeah, they replaced the parts.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Yeah, so one of the studios that I work for, I have a PC of theirs, and it's a Dell, and they have like obviously the best coverage, like the best support, and they will send a technician. And I live way outside of the city. I live 45 minutes out of Montreal, and they sent somebody to my house and like opened it up and worked on it right then and there. Like they don't mess around, man. Like I agree with Andrew. It's like, it's peace of mind, and it's not that much more money to spend. In my opinion, if you're relying on it heavily for your schooling or for your job, then it's kind of good insurance to have. I don't think you want to be caught unable to work or learn. That's not a good place to be.
They won a lifetime
Lots of
customer
points.
until they
Nice.
mess up.
Yeah, that's good. I see Rabbit Devil said it looks like now it's easier to build the game by artists building the logic in BP than by programmers having super optimized code, but no cool art. Yeah, I mean, I think easier is a bit of a subjective thing. I think it's a relative term. I think it comes down to what I was saying before. You know, there are limitations to doing it in Blueprint for sure. And there is definitely going to be a cost when it comes to optimization. No one's ever going to argue that it's not more optimized to have it all run in C++ code for sure. But I mean, I find that I get into a lot of hypothetical conversations with engineers where they're obsessed with doing everything nativized when like the margin of return would be minimal in some cases. And in other cases, for sure, gigantic. So I think that your best bet is to be realistic with what you really need to be, coded. And my expectation is when you're going to code it, no problem, go ahead and do that. But at least build a window that allows us to then interface with that. So make sure that whatever you compile gives us a node that allows us to then have exposed sort of settings and variables, because otherwise it's not useful for us. You've just literally removed the big advantage that Blueprint provides us, which is not needing a programmer to do anything, So easier, I guess, yes and no. But I guess it depends on who you ask.
It's also awesome for designers too, like to be able to just build whatever you need to if you know enough to show instead of tell a feature.
Yep.
Worst case, it's worth its weight in gold for that.
I agree. Totally. Yeah, that's true. And this is going back to this idea of philosophically, how Andrew and I like to think about prototyping. It makes more sense in our minds that if you have an idea for a feature, then go for it. Instead of awkwardly trying to get a whole team of people working on it, give it to like a couple animators and a tech animator to do it. They can make it to the point where it doesn't have to be perfect, but it will work, and it will be built in a way that it can properly pitch the feature so that it'll give us a sort of an idea of what it would look like. And it would also give us a hint at how we would want to build it, because, the devil's always in the details, and trying to explain some of these nuanced details to an engineer who doesn't know anything about character movement is going to always result in a less than ideal. It depends. Andrew and I have met a few programmers in our life that for sure would give us a run for our money. Like, there's one guy that we both love a lot over at IDOS who's
I miss him.
Yeah, a super genius. I'm just going to call him up by name because he's so awesome and he deserves it. His name's Dominic Duchemin. This guy, honestly, it's very rare for me to be sitting on a production floor as an animation director and having a programmer coming over, like an engineer tapping me on my shoulders and going, have you seen the latest data that just came in on this feature? Because I don't know, man, it doesn't look very good. Like, this is kind of what you would get with someone like Dominic, because he would understand completely what it should look like. Even though he's not an animator, he understands human movement enough to just look at something and go, that's just not working. And I know it's the data. He's already run a bunch of checks and he knows it's not like a bug. It's definitely the data. And this is the kind of person you want to earn the badge of animation programmer or animation engineer. You need to be at that level. I want to feel like I could send you into a meeting on my behalf, and it's a tall order because most people do not fit that bill. I've only met maybe 3 or 4 in my life that I'd feel like that about. But yeah, so the idea is you could put a small group of people together that aren't engineers, that build it out in a way that kind of suggests not just how we would want to attack it technically, but also what it should kind of look and feel like. And then people could play it right away. Like, this could be something like Andrew was prototyping things in like a day that would normally take weeks to do otherwise, because it was just so quick to do it in Unreal. And then you'd have a designer, the person who asked for the feature, could be playing it that next day and being like, holy crap, this is pretty cool. But you know what? It's actually not exactly what I was thinking about. And so it's sort of like a storyboard. Storyboard serves the same purpose, right? It allows you to have a script that everyone's interpreting in different ways visually in our brains. Storyboard is meant to normalize that, is to build parity amongst all of the people that are actually looking at it, is that they all see the same images in their head, at least closer. obviously the next step best thing is maybe color keys or an animatic. And sometimes people need that much information before they really see it the same way. But storyboards are meant to at least close the gap quite a bit. Think of a prototype in the same way. It doesn't have to be the final feature. It needs to be a good enough explanation. And have you ever tried to explain a feature? I mean, it's not easy, right? It's like, okay, so like when you do this, this happens. And when you do, and also the character would be doing this, and it's, once you get in there and start doing it, you realize there's a lot of edge cases. There's a lot of things that you didn't think about when you thought about it on paper. And this is my point. You figure that crap out when you're prototyping, right? Or previs would be another good example, like a storyboard. It's some way of visualizing it, but in a way that you've already dealt with a lot of the sort of the unknowns, and you have something that's a working version of your proposal. And then a programmer can come along, assuming that everyone's like thinks, yeah, this is good. This is exactly, it's fun. The designer likes it. It feels like it fit within, what they were hoping for. And it interfaces with the other existing features in in an enjoyable, intuitive way. So now a programmer could look at it and go, okay, well, now it's time to maybe talk about how we would maybe build it for real. And this means that we've removed a lot of the, and I mean, Andrew and I could tell you stories about some of the first versions of features that we're just both looking at each other like, why would anyone think that would be that doesn't sound even remotely close to what people were asking for the feature. We're always boggled by what happens, the broken telephone that happens when you go in there and, sort of deal with it in a non-visual way, like blueprinting. When you have like an engineer and a designer that goes off in a corner, and then they come up with something that is really animation unfriendly or just not super intuitive. And it's not to say that designers and programmers are the problem. The problem is it's not an easy thing to do. It's hard to explain the whole thing. So I think blueprinting just solves that problem in a really big way. And then, like as Andrew said, unlike code, which is not very accessible to be able to look at it and decipher how it was built, a layman could theoretically know enough about blueprinting that they could open up a blueprint and go, oh, I see how they built this, right? Andrew's not a programmer. He can open up a blueprint and be like, oh man. I mean, he probably still does that every day. Like he's checking out projects that he can get his hands on and like reverse engineer it, right? And look at it and go, oh man, I never thought to do that. Or actually, that's cool, but I have a better way of doing it. Or I can combine a way that I'm doing with this way and come up with a completely different way.
The only danger is once you start a new project, eventually your library is going to look like this.
Yeah, that's so true.
Each one of these is like 100 hours at least that I put into it.
Oh man, that's awesome. Hey, speaking of which, when are you going to release your thing? Andrew's been making a game.
Yeah, I was going to finish it this week, but I decided that my time is, one day.
He's making a fun game. He promised himself that he was going to finally, like, he's got a lot of, as you just saw there, a little tour, his little museum of wax museum of projects that never was.
It's my hall of shame. That's what it is. I'm not going to finish anything. He
promised he'd at least get one all the way to the finish line, and I'm excited because I think it's going to be pretty cool. I really like it. It's based on a kind of a pre-existing concept, I guess. We've seen games that are kind of like it, but he's got added his own little cool twist to it, and I think it's. I want to play the latest. You should send it to me. I'd like to play it.
Which one are you talking about? The Archer game?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You got another one you're making? I thought it was the one you're focused. Isn't the whole point you're going to focus on one?
Well,
You're your worst enemy. I love it.
No, I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry I even brought it up.
Okay, so I need to figure out right now. For some reason, when I'm moving objects, the boxes, if I stack them, the one on top doesn't follow the one underneath, and I'm not entirely sure why that's the case. So if I have a stack like this, I get that.
I love how it works with your collision too. Like it rolled like a ramp. It
yeah,
didn't like go through you.
I have no idea why that's the case though. I'm not messing with the physics at all on this. So I just need to hunt that down, unless I just put a custom.
That's what you're trying. So you're trying to fix that?
Yep.
You'd rather the box go through you? I don't get it.
No. I mean, like if I have a stack of boxes and I'm moving the bottom one, I would expect the top one to follow.
Okay. Yes, of course. Yeah, it does seem a little weird.
So currently, it's not the case.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's weird because it's clearly physical. Because because as soon as the box is not underneath it, it does fall. It's weird. Why would that be?
So let me just play around with this and see.
Is it possible? Is it okay? I think I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. Oh no, I don't.
What's the problem? Tell me what the problem is.
No, I don't know what it is. I thought it was. I thought I had an idea, but I don't.
I think the problem is the way I'm moving the boxes when I interact with them is instead of me actually moving it, I'm teleporting it to a new location. Like this was one of the first features I built, so I've really got to dig back into the history of these things. So I just need to understand how the
Isn't
push
there
pull.
isn't there a friction setting with those physics though? Maybe the friction's completely off.
Yes, but I did have for a small time a override on the physics of it so that it would move easier, but that's not the case anymore. So I'm
Okay.
not changing the friction at all of the physical material,
Okay. Because
which
that's what it
is
looks like the
why,
problem is, right? Like, I mean, it seems to be lacking friction, but obviously not gravity.
yeah. So I'm not sure though because I'm not playing with that at all. So a quick way to do that though is I can just go into anywhere in the graph. Let's go in the event graph. I will grab the cube here, and if I drag off and do set physics material override, so it would be this node here that I would use to override any physics material, physical material. So I'll just, because I have this node available, do find references, and then these little it's not magnet. What are they called?
What are you saying? What are you looking for?
What's this icon? I forgot the name. I forgot the word.
Binoculars?
Binoculars. Okay. You click the binoculars and it'll show you every single blueprint in your project that contains this node. So right now, if I double click, it will bring me to it. This is the only instance of a physical material override node, which means I can't be overriding this physical
Yeah.
material because there's nowhere in the graph that
Yeah.
would be doing that.
Right.
So
what
I
about
don't
just
think
the
that's the
default?
issue.
But what about just the default settings of the actual objects themselves? Where forget
Well,
about override.
that
What are
works
the defaults?
because check this out. If I bring in a moving platform,
Yeah. Oh yes, you said you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you were doing this. I was seeing this in the corner of my eye. You were
yeah,
testing to see if
so
it was following that, and it is, right?
it does. So I think it's really two of the same moving actor types that are interacting with each other.
Yeah.
That's where the problem is.
Hmm.
Because it's moving just fine here.
Yeah, yeah. It's because they're instances of one another. They don't know how to like. But what is weird though, because they can collide with one another. So like, why would they just not be able to?
Exactly.
The hell.
That's why I'm very confused. I think it's not really the actor itself, but the way I'm moving the cube.
I
It
blame
doesn't.
Petter. Petter showed up, and as soon as Petter showed up, this is where we started having the problems. Hi, Petter.
I had
by
a
the way.
feeling too.
Yeah,
That was the
totally
case.
It's totally this guy's fault.
So I think it's because when I move the box. Okay, let me do another thing. I'll make a quick sequence in here.
Do it.
So I'll add a level sequence. Just put it up here for a second. And add this box, put a track, transform.
Oh, you're just going to drive it directly to see if that makes a difference?
Yeah, I'll put a key here and a key there. Over there. Oh, I just added the sequence itself to itself. That's dumb.
Oops. To answer your question, I think, Petter, you were asking what the game was about. To be completely honest, the game is, there's a narrative that's being developed right now, but I don't think we're going to get into that right now just because it's not necessarily public knowledge at this point, and it's also kind of in development. But the whole thing started more like just kind of trying to come up with a fun set of features. That's the way that it was attacked originally. It just so happens that that Agora partnered up with another company that has some genius ideas as how to wrap the whole thing up narratively, which is actually pretty awesome, by the way. It'd be fun to kind of at some point unveil some of that to you guys. I need to go. I have to. I'm on dad duty. The schools are all closed here in Quebec, so we are trying to entertain a small human today who would otherwise be in school. So I will probably not be back by the time you're done. So just really quickly for people in chat, we would like this to be kind of a, not a I wouldn't call it a regular thing because Andrew is obviously very busy and having the time to be able to stream this is not always going to be possible. But I'd like this kind of content to be something that we see more often on Agora being streamed. So stay tuned for more of that. And I've threatened a lot of you with this idea that that I've had for a while with this idea of reverse engineering a simple game. Andrew was one of the guys that I had in mind that could maybe help out with this, as well as I have a bunch of other people in mind. So, you might see Andrew back on something like that as well. So, stay tuned. But I think this is fun kind of content because you get to like kind of look at something, and with something like this, like what I'm proposing, rather than jumping in the middle of development, like it's hard to know what's what, because I mean a lot of ours have already been built into this game. It's not like he's building it from scratch, starting since 12 o'clock this afternoon. The next stream I want to do like this, the one I keep talking about, would be like from the beginning. We'd be like, okay, so what do we do? How do we even go about approaching the problem of reverse engineering an existing simple game? What do you even do? And then bring on a designer and then have them help us break it down. Like, what are the core gameplay loops? What are the things we should be looking for? What should we start prototyping? And then bring on someone like Andrew and have a little deep dive on that. Like, how would we start approaching? How would we build out a prototype for testing out some of these core features? Oh, okay, he's going to fill our head with a lot of ideas, and we're going to build something really quick. And then the idea is that sort of this whole project would just sort of evolve slowly in a direction. The key would be keeping it simple so that it doesn't become unwieldy, but just to kind of expose to everybody the process and all the individual types of specialties that go into games, because it's quite countless. There's audio, there's level design, there's just game design, there's animation, there's art, there's level art, there's effects, there's UI, there's what am I forgetting, Andrew? I've said a lot of them, but there's definitely more.
Audio.
I said audio.
No, I think you got it.
But it'd be fitting if I didn't, because audio always ends up getting the crappy end of the stick every single time, because they tend to be at the end of the pipeline, and it sucks for them because everyone pushes their pipeline because they go over. And then, of course, audio, which had 2 months planned to finish the audio on the game, has 2 days every single time. I've never seen them not get destroyed, and it sucks. And I always feel guilty because animation is usually the by proximity the last one that screwed them, so it always seems like it's animation it's screwing them, and in reality it's because we got screwed by everybody else. It's like, making games is just screwing everybody over is really what it is. It's like everyone's got their knives out, and I'm just kidding, but it feels like that sometimes. It feels like everyone's trying to like get their stuff done, and it pushes things, and people at the end of the caboose end up getting the shaft a little bit. Anyways, I'm going to leave you, Andrew, to have fun with everybody and keep entertaining them with your big brain. I'll let everyone know. I'll give people proper notice the next time we're going to do something like this, so people can sort of maybe set some time aside to be a part of it.
Sounds good.
Right.
I'll be off at 5, so
yep.
You can do with that information what you will.
Good. All right. Well, good luck solving this problem, by the way.
I think I'm onto something.
I stand by with great anticipation. All right. Later, guys. Bye.
Yeah. Talk to you later. Okay. Just to quickly go over what I'm trying to figure out is, for some reason, I can't stack boxes and move them. So I'm suspicious that it's something to do with this setup here. So right now I'm just removing any noise from the equation. One of those being if I have physics on. So I'm just going to remove this real quick. So this box is moving around. Let me remove that. So it's definitely something custom that I did. Perfect. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just delete every custom component. Oh. And everything except for the audio. Okay, perfect. So the issue is in one of the components that I made. That is good to know. And let me start doing one at a time. So let me get rid of the spline movement. Oh, that was easy. Okay, so that component is what's busting it. Plug this in when done. Just a reminder for myself. Okay, so spline movement. This is what's causing me my problem. So this is a component that I crafted that I made on my specific for this project that allows any actor or object to follow this spline here. Because it's a side scroller, but we want to be able to have a bit of depth to the locomotion. So kind of like a 2.5D. So if I do something like this, as long as an object has that spline locomotion component, they will run along that spline that I added to the left and right. But it seems like for some reason, it doesn't like to have two objects that both have this component interact with each other. So let's just figure that out. So I think it's this right here, set actor location, and I'm teleporting that actor. So let me remove teleport. Okay. Interesting. So that works. I'm wondering why I had it set to teleport instead. There's probably a reason I had set teleport, but I can't think about it. I can't think of anything right now. So I guess I'll leave it like this until a new bug pops up, and then I'll have to look into that. But that's good though. Okay, that seems to work. Done. So now let me just put everything back to normal. And let me delete this sequence because I don't need it anymore. All right, now let's stack the boxes and see if this works. Oh. Did I plug that thing back in? Oh, I didn't. Oh, nope. So that one doesn't work. And I think it's still because of a teleport that I'm using. Okay. So when I push and pull, interact, push and pull, and then over here, no, I'm not teleporting that. Did I save this? Okay, it's not teleported, not teleported. Okay, let me try this. No, maybe it wasn't that. All right, let's try something else. So delete spline movements. Okay, so that wasn't it. I thought it was. Okay, let's try push pull. Delete that. And now I can't push or pull. That's true. Okay, I just got to set up a test case here. Hmm. I have no clue. Okay, let's try this. Instead of setting the location, I'll add to the location. I'll set X. No, that wasn't it. No, that's not it either. Hmm. What's weird is that this moving platform that I'm using to test it is set actor location as well. So I'm using the same node, but it's giving me two different results. So maybe that's not the cause. Okay, what else am I doing to the thing when I start moving it? Begin interaction. What happens on begin interaction? Push-pull components. No, not much. Hmm. All right, I'm going to take a break from this issue because I'm banging my head against the wall, and maybe I'll do a little bit of the fun stuff. All right, I'll set up a time control section. So check this out. Where's the character here? So there's a couple of sections in the level here that we've slightly realized. So the kid's running through old abandoned mines. So keep in mind this is all gray block, very basic. It's just to like give you an idea of what's there. And there's some sections where we have destruction in the environments. But then if you wanted to, you could select it and go backwards in time and rebuild it. So that's part of our main mechanic here is you gotta like find ways back through the environment. This is a really simple example. This is just to show off that you can rewind in time an asset. But eventually we're going to have puzzles where you got to stop certain pieces at certain times to be able to maybe platform through or move objects over it. We haven't fully explored what we can do with this yet, but it's going to be one of our main mechanics, so we'll figure stuff out. So I've set that one up there, and I need to put some stairs further on in this level. So I'll just go do that now. And it's surprisingly easy to set up, but we haven't really pushed this feature yet. So for now, it's just, what's there. In fact, I can show you this section here too, which is, I think, more interesting. So that first part there with the bridge was to show you that you can do it. And then this part here is to show what sorts of things can be done with it. So the idea is that you find this minecart, push it over here, and then you can jump on it, ride it down. There's still some bugs. So here is an example of a puzzle. So you have to get up there. So step one would be to rewind the minecart, jump up there. And then if you want to get all the way back up, you have to time your jump along with the rewind. So again, very simple, but it's just another step to show like where we can go with this mechanic. So I'm just going to set up another instance of that up here with some stairs. Unfortunately, I don't have like the mind of a puzzle designer, so everything in here is really basic. It's more of like a glimpse of what could potentially be done with this. So I'm going to build myself some stairs here. So usually first thing I do is in my world outliner, I'm going to make a new folder and put everything that's tied to this one event in that folder. So that bridge is in the bridge collapse folder. I'm going to go up here, make this one, and call this my stair collapse. And where did I put that? Right here. So very simple. I just need to build the stairs first. I've made myself a bunch of gray block assets here. These were all done in Unreal. It's just boxes. But I can do a quick setup here. Let me turn on snapping. So just rough out some stuff. And then once we get a first pass on this, we would then have somebody more creative go in and maybe tweak the curves and make it look a lot better. But for now, I'm just going to put a bunch of stuff and have them physically fall, and that's how I'm going to record it. So right now I'm just putting a bunch of debris that will look good when it falls. And then finally, I'll put one out here as like a railing, just so we have more things to fall. There. Okay, and now I'm just going to select everything that I want to fall. Yeah, exactly. So the gray box is there, so we can just easy swap it out. It makes things a lot faster. So I want these pieces to be simulated, so I'm just going to go in. Oh, some of them don't have. collision. Where is it? This one here. Okay. So normally you could just select an object and turn on simulate physics. So then when I click play, they'll fall. But this piece here, I forgot to create a collision profile for it. So if I just go to where the geometry is, the static mesh, open that up, and I'm just going to quickly put in a box collision here so that it can fall. So you can see the green box. But let me put a... Okay, that looks good. Save that. So now I can have it simulate physics. Let me just close everything else so I'm not making noise. Okay, select everything. Not that. So details, simulate physics, and now if I click simulate, see the pieces fall. Awesome. So the next step is I will go into Windows, Cinematics Sequence Recorder. This will open up this handy window here that I can then just select a bunch of pieces and then add them to the sequence. So I've got this list of everything that I want to be recorded. I will click record. You got a little countdown, and at 1, I'm going to click play. It will drop the pieces, and when I click stop, now I've got a new sequence. So in cinematics sequences recorded, I have this here. The problem is, if I drag and drop it, I think it didn't land properly. Yeah, so you see the piece that I'm supposed to jump on, this piece here, rotated at the end. So I can either just go in there and fix the keys or just re-record it again. In fact, I'm not faking physics. I am actually, I'm baking the physics in. So I let it run a couple times and see and hope that it falls nicely. And then I just save that animation as a sequence. So let me try again. Okay, I think that worked. So content browser, go in here, open this sequence. Oh, no, it saved the other one. Okay, let me delete it. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be a new physics drop every runtime. It's baked. This way it's reliable to us, and we can modify it if we need to. I'm wondering why it's not falling. Is this part in my sequence? Did I add this one? Let me put this here then. I think it was just hooking on that. Okay, let's try again. You know what? These pieces aren't falling in time, so it's hooking onto them. So what I can do is just give it a little nudge. So take this piece here, I'll rotate it slightly so that it will start falling right away. And then when we hit it, it will go even faster. Yes, exactly. It's all fake, but based on real physics. Oh, I recorded at the wrong time. Yeah, hold on. All right, let's try one more time. Nope, click the wrong button. Okay, record. And I think that's it. So if I drop this in and scrub through it, perfect. All right, so we have this sequence. Now I'm going to call it something and put it in the right place. And let me delete all the old ones. Let's see, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean though, yeah. If you can, you should almost always fake it if you can, because real-time physics is not ideal. In a lot of cases, it's unpredictable, it's heavy. Like you're spending a lot more time fixing the edge cases than you are just going on with the project. So fake it if you can make it. All right, so we've got this guy here. And let me just go into my content browser. I've already set up a folder for sequences in here. Organization is key. And we will call this stair collapse. And let me just make sure it's pointing to the right one. Right. All right. Hold on, I'm getting that bug, so I need to restart. Yeah, just causes real-time physics because there's no way they can pre-bake everything. So physics, it's just a can of worms that if you're not careful, you're going to have a lot of things you got to fix. So use it when you know you need to. Hold on. That's why we're faking it here. We're going to save ourselves a lot of headache. Okay, so in my sequences, I'm going to call this stair collapse. And then I'm going to put that in the appropriate folder. The next thing we want to do is make sure that every piece inside of this sequence is not spawned but possessed. And that's, I think I can group select them. Let me delete the world settings. And now we should have everything there. Perfect. So the next thing I'm going to do is delete the old pieces. If I can find them. Perfect. And then I'm just going to grab everything that's part of this sequence and move it into that folder that I had created. And unfortunately, there's no way I know of a fast way to move everything at once. Where is that folder? Maybe it didn't save. Okay. So I'll just select everything and then make a new folder. Call it stair collapse, and then select my gray block again. Gotta drag it. Perfect. All right, everything is part of one folder. And now this thing here should autoplay. So when I get here, it's already collapsed. So we got that. We're going to pause at end. So the sequence will run all the way through and just wait there. And then the next thing I need to do is just add. Where are the pieces? Okay, so this piece here, just go into details and add target. So I'm putting all of my components that I need to be able to interact with this thing. So targets, time control, and then sequence. And this should be it. And I got to change the object type. To custom and then target. And where is it? Is it going through the ground? Oh, I know why. No, I don't know why. Why is it going through the ground? Physics is on. Okay. So yeah, finally I got to just turn off physics. I enabled it to record, but now that I don't need it to actually fall, I'll just turn it off so that the sequence can drive it. There we go. And then now I have full control over the sequence. Perfect. Okay, that's it. Done and done. So it's still not an ideal workflow, but it's how I've been getting these done for now. And then once we do a big cleanup pass on this and figure things out properly, I will maybe convert it to like a one button press to do all this for me. And okay, so that's done. So I made this list for myself to get done, and that was on there. So let me see what the next thing is. I believe it was just make things pretty for now. So I can definitely do that. Yeah, okay. So I'll grab the kid. So for now, I was using, like this thing here is just the movable box, but stretched. But I will put some geometry on it to make it look better. So I'm moving my content browser to the other window. I can just drag into it. So let's see. I'll just grab a couple of these. And shrink that. So I'm going fast and loose with a lot of things right now because it's this is a prototype, right? It's very tempting to spend a lot of time making things look super good, but I've definitely fallen into the trap before where I spend like 6 hours doing something that in the end, like it didn't really matter. So I got to get better at that. So the next thing I'm going to do is select these things here in my world outliner. And wait, which one was it? Movable base 3. Okay. Just going to drop them underneath here. Oh, and then swap them from static to movable. There we go. So now if I simulate, okay, that thing falls. And then finally, I'm going to hide this box. So this is another thing where I will eventually find a more elegant way to do it. But for now, this does the trick. So if I bring the kid over here, oh, he's already there. Oops. Oh, no. Okay, thought I was going to launch it on phones. And there we go. And the next thing I want to do is turn off the collision for this thing here. It's purely cosmetic. Laura, hello. This is Unreal Engine 4. I'm bug fixing and doing a bit of work inside here on a little game that Agora has been working on the side. Cool. But I run into another problem though. Because when I have the box showing, it will highlight if I can move it. But because I hid that box, we don't know that we can move this particular piece. So I think what I'll have to do for now, until I find a better way, is to make this thing visible again and just swap it out for just a regular gray block. Like that. That's this one here. Shrink it down and swap it out custom for a cube. Or I could leave it like that and just put the gray material. Right there. Okay, perfect. Fake it till you make it. There we go. So now it looks better and I can highlight it. And the other one was this one over here. So in fact, instead of doing that all over again, I'll just copy paste this. I'll grab this, Control C, Control V. Oh, hold on. Didn't copy paste everything attached to it. Okay, I'll just make sure I copied properly. Perfect. Okay, I'll just go over there and make sure it worked. Perfect. Yep, it's results are what matter. If you can create the feeling of something, if you can fool somebody and it's a lot cheaper to do, then that's obviously what you need to do. Smoke and mirrors. All right, this one works. Perfect. So I think all of the gray block stuff from here on out is just set dressing. So putting like boards up, things that don't matter, which is perfect because this is more like the brainless, not brainless, but I don't need to think as hard, so I could probably have a drink while I'm doing it. If things make sense, does not matter either as long as it looks cool. Yep. Yeah, results don't matter. Yeah, the most important thing for a game, obviously, even though it's not obvious to some people, is that it's fun to play. Things only look cool the first time. If they're annoying or inconvenient, that's all you'll feel every time after. So that's why I bring up the example of like The Witcher. You know how like the animations are beautiful, the character is cool, but it's like playing as that character, as Geralt when he walks, it looks good the first time, but every other time you're trying to like, okay, I just want to walk backwards, but you got to wait for him to stop moving, do a beautiful 180 start animation. So he feels clunky. He looks fantastic in videos and stuff, but to play it, it's really clunky, and that goes for everything. And the reason I say it's not like it's obvious, but it's not obvious because if you're not actively working on a certain feature, all you care about is how good it looks. But until you play it, you don't know if it feels good. Like it's easy to sell games and screenshots and stuff if things look good, but you got to play it. It's a completely different feeling. And a lot of people need to learn to prioritize the feeling over the look, as counterintuitive as that may seem. All right, let's just set dress a bit. So I've got a bunch of these things here, and I'm just gonna make everything look pretty. By the way, when you're working in Unreal, if you click the G button, it hides all the collisions and helpers and stuff. So like these are a bunch of tools that I placed, but when I click G, it shows me just what it looks like when the game is running. So it helps a lot for things like this when you're trying to just build. So the first pass we did was to just put boxes everywhere, and the next pass I'm doing now is to try to justify why there's certain geometry in certain places. No, that looks bad. So this is level design or level art, really. Level design is like placing where things should be in a gameplay mindset, and then the level art is to make that design look good. So this part of the job I'm not the best at. I'm just doing a passable job, I would say, just to make sure everything looks like it belongs there, but it's not the best we could have. I'm just trying to make things not look out of place. I do not know Peterfield, no. Yeah, if you can find that talk, I'll watch it for sure. That's good stuff to pay attention to. I think it's more of I don't have the mindset to do something like this well enough to be professional at it. It's tough for me. It takes like a special kind of person to be able to do something that looks and feels good at the same time. So yeah, I sometimes fall into that trap where I just put things there to be in the way. Just put noise everywhere, and I call it a day, but it's definitely not the ideal way to work. So I need to break that habit. Oh, rocks in the way. See, I don't need that piece there. See, this is where games like Little Nightmares, like they super awesome looking game. Every part of that game, like every section of a map has a purpose. There's like a story in the background and stuff. And that's the sort of thing I love, but I could just never pull off, I think. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good here. And then I'll put a couple of lights, if I can find them. Awesome. And then finally, put a bunch of rocks here to make it look old and lived in. Clutter adds so much to a level. It's probably my favorite part. Just adding a bunch of small little pieces here that make it look more lived in. See, and then we have something like this where I just put a random platform here. I like to try to justify it a bit by putting like pieces. Looks like it broke down or fell, so that it doesn't look super out of place. You can kind of justify why it's there. Like that. And then finally, I think I'll pull the camera out just slightly here. Actually, I'll do a camera pass after. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna go. Okay, how can I grab it? Oh, this tool won't let me actually click on a link in there. Well, what's the name of it? I'll just search it. I'll search it myself on YouTube. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Okay, do that. Let's see. So this part here, let me just add a couple more boards. So originally we had collectibles that you can go around and pick up too, just as an example to show like how we can introduce backtracking and different puzzle types, but currently there's no real collectibles. So I'm just going to put this here anyway as a place that people might want to explore if they're interested. Just to hint at the fact that there will be some exploration, but for now there's no real reason to come here. Yeah, I'll definitely accept that. Do not worry. There we go. No real reason for this section, just for fun. All right, I think I'm done in this section here for now. See, this is one of those things where I could just keep going in one part forever, and then all of a sudden it'll be a lot more realized than the rest of it. So then I'll have to go back to the other sections and then fix up those ones, and it's you can't win. So I'm cutting myself off right now. Moving on to this one here. And let me just do a quick run through and see how well this transitions from the slide. All right, so you come here, you fall down, and then now you're in this section here. Come over here. Oh, okay, so this part here is not low enough. I was getting stuck. Oh, hold on, now I got a spare cube here that I don't need. And this guy here, I just need to lower it down a little bit. Just do this. Done. No. Third time's the charm. Oh, come on. Oh, you know what? I think it was this fence here that was bugging it. Yeah, there's definitely snapping tools, and I should be using them, but right now I'm, like you said, I'm eyeballing stuff, so I'm painting very broad strokes right now. So once things are done officially, it would definitely help to have like metrics on the pieces and stuff like that. But for now, I'm definitely not following any sort of standard rules right now. But I think I got it. Yeah, it definitely looks a lot more lived in when you're just dropping things in, but there's better ways to do everything. So okay, I'm thinking maybe we could have a little puzzle here too. Maybe something you got to rewind up just to add something. Oh, I have an idea. Okay. Okay, check this out. So this isn't really a puzzle. I think it'll just be more of a cool thing. Because right now everything you interact with is on the same plane as you. But what if there's something in the foreground or the background that you then have to rewind? Like this. Yes, there are ways you can paint things like that, for sure. There's a lot of tools also that you can use to just paint things on. So there's a tool called Foliage, where you just put a bunch of different meshes in it and you just paint it and drag it across the geometry and it will automatically stick things to it. So yeah, there's a lot of tools for that. But again, I'm not the best at this. So for sure, there's stuff that I'm doing that somebody who actually knows what they're doing can look at and be like, you're really wasting your time doing that this way. But a lot of what I know is self-taught, so there's definitely some mistakes in there. Okay, so what we can do here is solve the climb up, but what I'm going to do is make this slightly too far, and we're going to have to bring that the trolley from the background forward. So I'll just make this a bit lower. So that it's easier to jump onto. And then this guy here, I'll just create cinematics, add level sequence. I'm going to go into demo 4 sequences and call this trolley. Is there 2 L's or 1 in trolley? I'll call it minecart, whatever. Minecart background. And then all I need to do is select this, this, and this, add them to it, and then put a transform key here for everybody. Key. Or actually, they should be in the back at the end of this. So key them here, go to the front, move them forward here. Oh, right there. And then key that. Perfect. The little running man icon is a visual indicator that, yes. Yeah, good eye. So if I go back to game mode, the little running man icon this is for the climbing tool. So if I want to climb up, this is where my character is going to end up. I've also got the little running man, the smaller one. This is the navigation, the locomotion spline. So this is where my character will be following on the ground, so I know where he's going to be running, and it'll help me place geometry around that. GE. What's a GE? What do you mean by GE? Hold on, I'm getting the bug again, so I will close and reopen. Graph editor. Yes, everything. So actually, let me open up one of those and I'll show you. Yeah, there's actually not a lot of Unreal streamers I know because it's not sexy. You know, there's a lot of things like I've been doing today, a lot of trial and error where I'm working on the same issue for like an hour and I'm just tweaking small values. So it's not a fun thing to just tune in every once in a while and watch. You have to be invested from the start, I find. So it's hard to get a following. Well, you came to the right place. I don't know if you followed Brent's stream before, but he also knows a thing or two in Unreal, so definitely we can talk about that. Yeah, it's well, there are some fun game streamers, but in general, yeah, there's I'd prefer an informative stream. So components, we got sequence, owning sequence. So I'm making the minecart something that can be targeted. Time control, and then yeah, I think that's it. And targetable, yeah. And then finally, I need to change its collision type to target. All right, I think this works. So if I grab this guy here, no. Autoplay, pause at end. Okay, I'm just going to move down here so it's faster. So in general, yeah, so the question is, doing animations inside of Unreal is not ideal. I would say it's getting very close to being a reasonable tool to use for full-time animation. I know Epic is putting a lot of work into making their in-engine tools a lot more useful for animation, and I think there's definitely something there, and I wouldn't mind learning, like getting into it right now. But it's I think it's not something to. You're not going to be surprised, I think, in 5 years if people are just animating full-time inside the engine. Like there's already rigging tools inside the engine. All right, why am I not able to rewind this thing? Yeah, the animation is fantastic. There is no Q&A section, but if you write your question here, I could I'll see if I can help you out. My specialty is in the gameplay mechanics and character animation. So if it's something to do with like VFX or the art aspect, I could try, but I wouldn't trust what I have to say about that. I know why. This minecart has no collision, so I need to add a quick box, save that, check out, and then now I can rewind it. Awesome. Okay, so that was actually pretty quick and easy. Let me just make the move a bit closer to the end here so I can really jump on it. So yes, and I'm humble, but I'm also confident in myself. I think the problem is I've met too many people that guaranteed you that they knew the answer, and then it was very clear they didn't, and that always rubbed me the wrong way. So I'm very careful to let you know if I don't know something, or you could find the better answers elsewhere, because I don't want to be that guy that I've met too many times. So it's more of a selfish reason why I'm on the cautious side, but I'm glad you feel that way. And the other thing is, this industry is so small that you should always be agreeable. There's too many people that you're going to work with more than once, even though you don't exactly think you would. All right, that works really well, though. I'm happy with that. Maybe I could make it a bit faster. Let's see if I can shrink that down a bit. There. Okay, so the question is, I open a third-person game, play open character blueprint, get the camera to mesh to attach it to head, move it. Okay, so your question is, how do you make a third person into a first person? Or are you saying that you're doing this and it works okay? Okay, so you release 150 and press the 300. Yeah, so you got a shift button, yeah? Like a sprint? But when I hit play to sim, the camera will be gone. Did you, on this spring arm, you have a spring arm on the camera? Oh, and the blueprint will error. Okay, so you set your camera. Okay, so the real question is, like the sprint aside, what you did is you brought the camera from the third person into a first person perspective. And now whenever you click play, your camera will disappear. Like it will delete because you get an error. So something you're doing is deleting your camera. So you're suspicious that something you did with your sprint is deleting it. So is this all in Blueprint or are you actually using code? Perfect. In that case, would you be able to just print screen here, like take a screenshot of it, of your graph that you had the sprint part in, and maybe there's something there we can look at. Because definitely nothing you described should be deleting the camera from the character, so there's for sure something going on. Yeah, hopefully you can put screenshots in here. Or if you want, hold on, I'll put my Agora email here, and then you can send any screenshots there, and I can put them on the stream. You can look at real quick, just as like a fun side distraction, because I'm gonna need a break soon. Okay, what's my Agora email? There we go. So maybe send your screenshots to that if you can't paste them here. Unfortunately, I can't click links in this chat for some reason. So it's you might have to just put that in an email and send that to the link I gave you here. Thanks. I'm not entirely sure why I can't open up links here, but it is what it is. Maybe if I do a chat overlay, I can click it from here. No, I can't. Okay, let me check my... Okay, one sec. Yeah, no problem. It's I enjoy trying to fix things in Unreal because that's, even if I don't know the answer, I'll learn, or we'll look into it. It's just more things to know. That's all. Okay, I just got to figure out where that email is being forwarded to. Okay, one sec. I got to check with someone. Mars Leaf. That's Marco? You're Marco, right? Hold on, I haven't fixed anything yet. Save the praise for once we figure something out. I knew it. So actually, Marco, Mars Leaf here, is our partner in crime on this project. He's been designing a lot of the puzzles and stuff. So he's getting into Unreal as well. In fact, Marco, can you link me the Agora Hotmail or the email? Trying to figure out how to check that. Yeah, Marco, did you see this, the minecart here that you got to pull from the background? Thought that turned out pretty good, I find. Okay, hold on. It's David sending me the email thing. Oh, okay. Well, Marco just sent me this. Yep. Would you be able to, who is it? It's Aslan. Would you be able to put a screenshot of the graph itself where you're setting the speed of the character? Because that doesn't look like there's an issue there. But what you described is the camera itself is being deleted somehow. But it's being deleted only when you click simulate, right? So the issue isn't really in the graph. And what does the error say when you click stop? Because sometimes what you think is happening isn't actually what the real problem is. Okay, so the blueprints compile error. And if you click on that, does it give you any additional details? What version of the engine are you using? Maybe you could just zip me the project and I'll open it up here and we can look at it. Yeah, maybe just zip the project and then send it, put a link here. Marco will send me the project. Because the problem is, Marco, I can't click any links that are pasted in the chat. So if you could just open the link on your side and just copy paste it to me over over Slack, I can open it up like that. I'll use you for your copy paste. Awesome. We'll get it figured out. I'll have to put a climb up there. Okay. Oh, by the way, Marco, did you see I got the keyframe working? Check this out. So now you can start adding that to your puzzles. So keyframe there, keyframe there. It's moving between the two. Same for this guy. And then if you want to delete every keyframe, you just hold the keyframe button, which is Q, and it removes them all. Or if you have a specific object selected and then hold Q while it's selected, it removes it just from that object. And the other thing is if the object is off screen for 5 seconds, we'll see if it still works. So if it's not rendered for 5 seconds, it will kill all keyframes so that we don't have like things moving forever. So we got that working. Probably a lot of bugs involved, but you know, we'll find those as we go. Yeah, the controller right now, it's the left bumper. Actually, let me try. I haven't really tried with the controller. Yeah, it's left bumper right now. but we'll probably change that because now we're starting to bleed over onto the left side of the controller. And that's reserved for the character movements. But we got it working. All right, it is 5. I had to get off now, but if you can get your project up and linked to me, I can look at it now. Let me just go pee real quick, and then I'll open that up. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. How's your upload? And while we wait, I'm going to submit all of these changes. Yeah, there's still a lot to do, but I think from here on out, it's simple stuff. Although there's still a couple of bugs with the keyframing, but I think these will be ironed out very shortly. So we're good to go. So just wait for that upload. I'll look into it real quick, and then I got to get out of here. No stress. While we wait, I'm going to browse the marketplace and see how much more money I can spend on this stuff. Yeah, if it's going to take more than 5 minutes for you to upload it, I think what you can do then is upload it, zip it, and send it to this email instead. I'll look into it. I'll see if I can solve it, and if I can, I'll make some screenshots for you, and I'll just reply to whatever email you send it from. And then hopefully it's going to be an easy thing to fix. So we'll do that for now because I have a wife excited to go do groceries with me. So I'm going to jump off and get that done. No problem. Hopefully it's not a big thing. Usually they aren't. It's like a checkbox that is forgotten, but not a big deal. So send it over. I'll see when I can look into it, and then I'll send it back. Cool. So I'm getting off now. Thanks a lot for sticking around. I got some good work done. And maybe I'll do this again sometime. Have a good day, everybody.